The joint hearings of the two select committees will come to order. We continue this morning with our witness, Mr. McFarlane. Mr. McFarlane, I remind you once again that you remain under oath for the remainder of your testimony. We turn to the second of the two principal questioners, Congressman Boland. And I recognize at this time Congressman Boland.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. McFarlane, are you familiar with Executive Order 12,333, which was signed on December 4th of 1981 by President Reagan, and its description of the National Security Council's role in United States intelligence activities?
Yes, sir.
Let me read from the Part 1 of that executive order and its paragraph 1.2 referring to the National Security Council. And let me quote from one of the paragraphs. The NSC shall act as the highest executive branch entity that provides review of, guidance for, and direction to the conduct of all national foreign intelligence, counterintelligence, and special activities and attendant policies and programs. There's no doubt about the fact in your mind, is there, that the NSC is a very important part of the intelligence activities of our government?
Yes, sir. The NSC perhaps is useful to define what that is, but I agree fully with your point. It is defined in statute as well in the 47 Act as the President, the Vice President, Secretary of State, and Secretary of Defense.
And are you familiar also with the Executive Order 12,334 establishing the Intelligence Oversight Board?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever talk with any members of the Intelligence Oversight Board or its executive director with reference to what your responsibility as National Security Advisor was at that time with reference to the National Security Council itself?
No, sir. I've had occasion to talk with members of the board several times through the years, but not
did you ever seek any legal opinion from anyone, from any of the staff, specifically Brett Schiaroni, who is Executive Director of the IOB?
No, sir.
And what was the opinion that he gave to you with reference to whether or not the activities of the National Security Council are clearly intelligence activities?
My answer was I had not solicited that, nor to my knowledge did I ever receive one.
You've testified that the Boland Amendment that was in effect from October 1984 to December 1985 applied to the activities of the NSC. We have that testimony. When you were the National Security Advisor, would you have believed that a presidential finding could overrule that Boland Amendment?
No, sir.
In your opinion, would a diversion of funds, such as occurred in the case this committee is now investigating, have violated the restrictions imposed by Congress on aid to the Contras?
It could have.
In your earlier testimony before this committee, I think your answers to a number of the questions have been forthright and I think straightforward. But in your earlier testimony before this committee, you described the procedure you went through to provide answers to a letter written to you in August of 1985 by the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee concerning Oliver North and the Contras. You testified that your review of NSC files revealed certain questionable documents, that you discussed the meaning of these documents with Colonel North and were satisfied with his answers, and that you directed Colonel North to draft a reply to the letter which you sent in September of 1985. And that reply has been marked as Exhibit 41A, which you have before you. You testified that the denials in the letter of North's involvement in prohibited activities were too categorical. I would like to know what changes you would like to make in that reply so that the denials would be less categorical.
if you would care for me to take that piece by piece and spend time, Mr. Boland, at doing that, I'd be very pleased to do so. In sum, I believe that regarding the prohibition on fundraising, while I'm not personally privy to evidence nor conclusions that may be reached concerning whether Colonel North was or was not involved in that activity, it seems to be an area where a change would be warranted. Apart from fundraising, the activities of Colonel North as they came close to or breached other prohibitions, such as providing advice to or contributing to directly or indirectly paramilitary or military activities, would as well warrant review, I think, and revision. I'd be glad to spend the time in going through that if you wish. It would probably be appropriate to give it the due care it deserves.
Well, may Mr. McFarlane, for the record, Mr. Chairman, enhance that response for the record?
Without objection, so ordered.
Let me ask, you must have known that the denials in that letter would be relied upon by the House Intelligence Committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why would you allow that type of an answer to be forwarded when you had doubts as to its accuracy?
Specifically, Mr. Boland, I believed that the central concern of the Congress in enacting that law had not been violated. I could not prove that it was violated, and I accepted Colonel North's personal certification that he had not done so. The other areas that could have involved breaches with regard to whether or not he gave advice concerning military or paramilitary activities. I had no first-hand knowledge that he had, but it seemed to me that it was likely that he had or had provided assistance to them that went beyond the law, but without certain evidence of it. Not being able to disprove it, I accepted that as sufficient grounds for saying it was truth, and I believe that I was wrong to do so, but that's why I sent it.
In your earlier testimony before this committee, you stated that when you were first questioned by Attorney General Meese about the Iran affair in November of 1986, you did not mention that you had been told that some of the proceeds had been used to assist the Contras. By way of explanation, you said that Mr. Meese had been asking all the questions, raising the inference that because he had not asked about the diversion, you would not mention it. Is that a fair statement of your thoughts at that time?
I believe it is. It didn't occur to me at the time, Mr. Boland.
And did you not assume that the Attorney General was interested in compiling a full record of the facts about the Iran affair, and if so, why didn't you mention the diversion?
Well, I cannot account for why it simply did not occur to me at the time, Mr. Boland. I readily answered the Attorney General's question when he brought it up. We were talking about the Iran matter.
Let me ask you a couple of questions, rather soft ones, about Oliver North and the Contras. In October of 1984, the so-called full prohibition Boland Amendment was enacted. And under its terms, no funds appropriated to the CIA, the Department of Defense, or other intelligence agencies could be used to directly or indirectly support the Contras. Clearly, the operative phrase is no funds, and its extension to direct and indirect support. No funds means all funds, incidental funds, substantial funds, funds paid for salaries, and so forth. That phrase is on its face all-inclusive with respect to appropriated funds. Exhibit 31 before this committee, you have that, Lynn? Is a memorandum dated 7 November 1984 from Oliver North to you, in which he relayed a request from Contra leaders for help in locating Sandinista Hind D helicopters and indicated which U.S. government employees he had tasked with gathering the requested information. I would like to know how these activities could, in your opinion, have squared with the, quote, no funds direct or indirect support, close quote, which was the thrust of the Boland Amendment.
It may take 5 minutes, if that's all right, sir.
Yeah. Let me ask this question, Mr. McFarlane. Were United States government employees tasked to locating the Hind D helicopters through intelligence information?
Not to my knowledge.
This exhibit indicates that Colonel North called Bob Vickers, who is the NIO for Latin America, and General Paul Gorman, who is the commander of the Southern Command at that time, and asked them for all that they had on the location of the Hind Ds. Would that tasking been a violation of the Boland Amendment, in your judgment?
Well, on its face, I would think if that information in turn were provided to the Contras, that it would.
Now, the TAR Commission report cites a memorandum dated 16 February 1985 from Oliver North to you, in which he advised that retired General Singlaub had made promising contacts with representatives of 2 Asian governments concerning financial support of the Contras, and requesting your authorization to have General Singlaub proceed in this effort. That is on C4, the TAR report, Lynn. In your opinion, would such direction to General Singlaub by North or you have been an action in direct or indirect supply or support, action in indirect or direct support of the Contras?
It would appear to, yes, sir.
Exhibit 35 before this committee is a memorandum dated 5 March 1985 from Oliver North to you, in which he advised of a plan to ship arms to the Contras through a Central American country by means of false end user certificates. If Colonel North participated in the furtherance of this plan, could that, in your opinion, have been an action in direct or indirect support of the Contras?
It could have, sir.
When you were the National Security Advisor, who would Colonel North have had to have gone to for authorization of any activity like the diversion?
To me, sir, at least.
Could he have gone to Mr. Poindexter?
To the incumbent National Security Advisor.
You've testified that the President directed you to find a way to help the Contras after U.S. funds were cut off, but not to break the law in doing so. Based on your reading of the so-called full prohibition Boland Amendment, in effect from October 84 to December 1985, would any type of assistance to the Contras by a member of the NSC or any other intelligence agency have been permitted?
No, sir.
How many times did the President mention his desire that something be done to help the Contras? Was that often to you?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever give the President reports on what you and your staff were doing to carry out his wishes?
Frequently, yes, sir.
On how many occasions? Many occasions?
Dozens.
Can you indicate what you told him?
Basically, I would convey to him what information came from the intelligence agencies or any other source on changes in the situation, the increase in the size of the forces, expansion to include political figures, declining fortunes on the battlefield, basically any change in status that occurred, as well as how the trends in the Congress were going and where, if necessary, he could help or contribute to.
Well, you spoke with him on a number of occasions. Let me ask, how did you keep track of what was being done at the NSC to implement the President's request?
Every morning at 7:30, I had a staff meeting at which I would get that report on the Central American situation each morning. There would be daily reports from the staff in writing, often prof's notes, meetings with Director Casey, the Secretary of State and Defense. It was a matter on which there was real-time reporting almost every day.
When John Poindexter was your deputy at the National Security Council, what was his role at the National Security Council meetings?
At meetings of the NSC, the Admiral was there so as to be able to be aware of what decisions, if any, were taken, and to take follow-up action as required where the NSC needed to carry out orders issued at the meeting.
I would imagine that he took notes frequently. Was that one of his tasks at an NSC meeting?
Yes, sir, and there would be a formal note taker where the NSC met in full plenary session. In the more restricted meetings of the NSC called NSPG Planning Group, Admiral Poindexter, as the only deputy present, would normally be the note taker.
Did you ever know him to attend an NSC meeting and not take notes?
No, sir.
One of the obligations of this investigating committee, of course, is to come up with some recommendations to either tighten the laws or make recommendations to make our intelligence to make it better, and also to be sure that some of those things which occurred over the past years would not occur again if it could be corrected by congressional action. Do you believe that the National Security Council should have a foreign policy decision-making role greater than that of the Secretary of State?
No, I don't, Mr. Boland.
Do you believe that Congress should have an oversight responsibility in the areas of intelligence activities and foreign affairs?
Yes, I do.
I think you've always felt that way in the years that you've been involved here. But can that responsibility be effectively discharged if Congress has given less than complete statements by officials in the executive branch on whose complete candor it must of necessity rely?
No, sir, it cannot. There certainly has to be integrity on both ends of the dialogue. That's true.
Thank you very much, Mr. McFarlane. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarlane, I want to talk a little bit about the development of policy and how the policies in these matters happened to come about. Did the two policies, that is, Iran and aid to Nicaraguan resistance, have distinct and separate beginnings?
Yes, sir. The policy of support for freedom fighters in Central America had its origins before I reached the White House in 1981. At the time, there was no consideration, to my knowledge, of any initiatives toward Iran.
Is it fair to say that we did not get involved in Iran in order to raise funds for the Contras?
I don't believe we did. That's correct.
Is it then fair to say that we did not get involved in Iran in order to circumvent the restrictions of the Boland Amendment?
That's correct.
In your mind, when and how did the linkage between the Iran initiative and the Contra support come about?
Senator McClure, I'd be glad to provide an answer, which would be, however, pure speculation, because while I was peripherally knowledgeable about what happened after I left the administration, it was after I left that the action to channel money to the Contras was taken, and I honestly do not know.
And you think that was the point at which the linkage began?
As far as I know, it is, sir.
Now, I think you've testified earlier, and you've certainly made a number of statements to the press about the dangers of a policy that called for contacts with the government in Iran.
Yes, sir.
Dangers to U.S. prestige, U.S. position in the world, the relationships with our allies, a number of dangers. It was a risky undertaking that, while it had, if successful, some promise of great gain, it also was, if a failure and exposed, had great dangers to the United States, did it not?
Well, it surely was with great danger, Senator McClure, but I have to say it was also dangerous to do nothing.
And at the same time, the Contra policy, with the congressional actions moving one direction and then the other, with Congress moving back and forth across that line of support, first some, then limited, then none, then limited, then more full support, there was an intense political debate in the country about Contra assistance.
Yes, sir.
Now, did it occur to you that there was a greatly heightened danger to the U.S. policy when the two became linked? Iran, which had its own dangers, and Contra policy, which had its intense political debate, and putting the two together increased the risks geometrically.
I agree, sir.
Was that discussed, to your knowledge?
I have no idea. I was not there.
Is it fair to say that the President's management style is one that seeks to avoid confrontation with and among his principal advisors and cabinet officials?
Well, I think the President wants a diversity of views and certainly gets them. If your point is that he does not enjoy being involved in the resolution of them, is that your point?
That is my point. Is that correct?
Well, that's fair to say, I think.
Did that management approach contribute to the isolation of state and defense from the Iran initiative?
Well, Senator McClure, I think really that it isn't quite accurate to say, at least for my own period of service in government, that they were excluded. There were frequent conversations with the Secretary of State and Defense about this matter, and their own notes show that.
Mm-hmm. Was there a concern in the administration over leaks that were occurring within the administration, between the various branches or individuals within the administration, and between the administration and the Congress, and within the Congress?
Yes, sir. There always are, and this was no exception.
Did this concern contribute to the decision to limit dissemination of information?
I think so.
The reason I ask that question is it seems apparent to me that we're dealing with a lot of symptoms and we're not really dealing with causes. One of the problems that I perceive, at least, is that when people agree with policy, secrecy is easy to keep. when there's any disagreement over policy, it's almost certainly going to get selectively leaked in order to gain advantage in the political debate. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And that occurs not just within the Congress, it also occurs within the administration, does it not?
Yes, it does.
And that poisons the well of any kind of good communication.
Yes, sir, it does.
And it makes cooperation infinitely more difficult, does it not?
That's true.
I want to shift a moment to a relationship which figures in this whole episode. In your previous testimony, specifically on Monday afternoon, you indicated that you've known Mr. Kimke for a decade and that you have worked closely with him during your entire time in the administration since 1981. Am I correct?
I knew of him for 10 years and worked with him for 5, yes, sir.
How and when did you first meet Mr. Kimke?
I met him on a trip to Israel with General Haig and was in personal touch with him while serving as counselor of the State Department in '81, visits to the area in '81, '82, '83, and occasional telephonic communications. When he would visit this country, we would always get together. It was a close working relationship, sir.
At the time of your first meeting with Mr. Kimke, were you aware of his Mossad connection?
I knew of his past service there, yes, sir.
With respect to him contacting you in July of 1985 regarding the Iran matter, why would you be meeting with Mr. Kimke instead of someone from the CIA or the Department of State?
Well, I suppose you'd have to ask him about that. I could speculate. He probably recognized that the proposal he was making was one that could very well be rejected out of hand, but because it would require a decision at the highest level in order to avoid gratuitously having it spread too far, if it's not even going to get off the ground, why not go to the White House first? More likely, he was instructed by his government to go there.
In my recollection of your testimony on Monday, when this first came up, you said you put it in the context, you'd made it a practice to keep in contact with your counterparts in foreign governments. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
On a regular basis.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't it be true to say and correct to say that your relation with Mr. Kimke was both more personal, closer, and more frequent than with representatives of other governments?
Well, I'd have to really check and see. I also had an extremely close working relationship with a senior official of country 2 and 1 or 2 European countries, and they would come very close, if not be greater than this one.
On your earlier testimony, when being questioned by Mr. Lyman, you described the conversation with Mr. Kimke when this first came up. And on page 29 of the transcript, Mr. Lyman said, "Now, in the first conversation, did Mr. Kimke mention arms?" And your response was no. He said, "But he did mention hostages." Your response was, "Yes, he did." Later on, after discussing some other matters, you came back to, Mr. Lyman came back to that subject on bottom of page 31 and top of page 32. Mr. Lyman said, "Let's go back to the meeting with Mr. Kimke. He asked you at the end whether you would be interested, but there were no arms involved." Am I correct?
Yes,
that
sir.
Was the exchange, and that's your memory of the conversation?
Yes, sir.
In the Tower Board report in Part 3.5, it's clear that beginning in January 1985, 6 months before this approach, that the Israelis were discussing among themselves with Ghorbanifar, using arms sales to obtain the release of U.S. hostages and to open a strategic dialogue with Iran. And I can quote from the Tower Board report at that point. Iranian interest in these weapons was widely known among those connected with the arms trade. These included Manucher Ghorbanifar, an Iranian businessman living in France, and Adolf Schwimmer and Yaakov Nimrodi, private Israeli arms dealers with contacts throughout the Middle East, including Israel. Since September 1984, Mr. Schwimmer had also been a consultant to then Prime Minister of Israel, Shimon Peres. In a series of meetings beginning in January 1985, these men had discussed using arms sales to obtain the release of the U.S. citizens held hostage in Beirut and to open a strategic dialogue with Iran. Some of these meetings included Amram Nir, since September 1984, an advisor to Prime Minister Peres on counterterrorism. Also involved was Saudi businessman Adnan Khashoggi, a man well connected in the Middle East and enjoying a special relationship with key Israeli officials. All these men subsequently played a role in the brokering of the arms deals that later did occur. These men believed that the United States, Israel, and Iran, though with different interests, were susceptible to a relationship of convenience involving arms, hostages, and the opening of a channel to Iran. The catalyst that brought this relationship into being was the proffering by Israel of a channel for the United States in establishing contacts with Iran. I suspect you've read that part of the Tower Board report, have you not? Is that a correct recitation of facts?
Well, I don't know. It sounds like it is. It is also ex post. It would have been nice to have all of this 20/20 hindsight in July of '85, but it simply wasn't available. One of the problems which led us to consider listening to someone out of Iran was that our intelligence was so poor that we didn't know what was going on. Now, the fact that we did not know 7 years after we had gotten run out of there is kind of a shame, isn't it? But we were trying and willing to listen. And I'm quite open to the suggestion, and I think you're right, Senator McClure, that we should have known more than we did, but we didn't know these things.
But Mr. Kimchi did not mention arms in his conversation with you.
Not in the first one, no, sir.
Monday afternoon, you testified that in reporting to the President about your contacts with Mr. Kimchi, that the decision for the President would be whether or not he, the President, would approve Israel making sales under terms that Israel would negotiate, and at some point coming to the United States, Israel, to buy replacement arms. Now, that occurred later, did it not?
Yes, sir.
But that was your report to the President at that time.
After the first meeting, I reported to him the proposal of Mr. Kemke that we initiate a dialogue, and he approved doing that. 2 weeks later, Iran introduced the requirement for 100 tows, and I reported that to him, and he said the United States will not do that. 2 weeks after that, approximately, Israel proposed that Israel sell the arms, but stipulated that it had to be able to come to the United States to buy replacements. And the President considered that, talked it over with the NSC principals, and later approved that.
Do you have any question in your mind at this time as to why Mr. Kimke did not mention arms at the first meeting, when apparently he and others had been discussing it for some time prior to that first meeting?
Well, I think Mr. Kimke is a very careful man, and I expect that he came to the United States on instruction of his government, with clear instructions as to what he was to say, and he said what he was told to say. But I think you make a very good point, Senator McClure, and a point that's always puzzled me about this is that Mr. Kimke left the government in December of 1985. It may have been coincidental. I say that only as interesting to the extent that I think it likely he may have become very disenchanted with the Iranian connection himself. Now, I do not know, I should not suggest that that's the reason he left the government, but I believe him to be a man of integrity who performs as he is instructed to do and with considerable skill.
Now, if I can return a moment to that testimony he gave Monday on what your report to the President would be, and I quote, whether or not he, the President, would approve Israel making sales under terms that Israel would negotiate, and I emphasize that part of it. If the arms sales would occur under terms that Israel would negotiate, isn't it fair to say that it was Israel and Iran who were the principals in these transactions and not the U.S.?
Yes, sir, there were limitations put on those negotiating terms, but yes, sir, you are right.
Did you discuss the progress of the Iran-Iraq war at the July meeting or at other times?
Yes, sir.
How was the war progressing from Israel's point of view?
Well, I suppose from Israel's point of view, satisfactorily in the sense that it was stalemated, and that served Israel's interest.
If I could refer to Exhibit 45A, which is a memo from Oliver North to you and John Poindexter on the that comes in a couple of parts, really. There are the initial 4 pages, and then there is a special project Ray Iran, which begins on the 5th page. And the last 3 pages of that exhibit are on the special project Ray Iran.
Could we have that reference again, Senator?
So,
I don't think I'm looking at the same one, sir.
Exhibit 45A.
45A, and the page number?
Well, there's a cover page, and then dated December 9th, 1985.
Next steps.
Then there are 4 more pages, 3 more pages, and then there is a special project Ray Iran,
Yes,
December
sir.
5, 1985.
Yes, sir.
On the 2nd page of that attachment, under the 1st paragraph, current situation, it's describing the Iranian situation, and it describes first the overflights by Soviet aircraft, their inability to deal with that affront, and then it goes on to say they find themselves in an increasingly desperate situation vis-a-vis Iraq. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Would that be a correct description of the status of that war at that time?
Well, I don't agree with it.
You didn't view Iran as having an increasingly desperate situation.
No, sir, I think probably it's useful to say that objective military analysis based upon order of battle and the weapons balance, for example, in tactical air, artillery, tanks, and so forth, would have led you to assume that Iraq has a very, very substantial advantage in tactical air power. That's true. That Iran has an immense advantage in manpower. That is true. But the problem is what goes with that hardware and numbers must be leadership, tactics, maneuver, skill, training, and those have combined in measures of extreme ineptitude on both sides. And so the result has been a stalemate, basically, that rather begs sensible analysis. But I take your point, and I didn't see the situation as
Mr. North described it in that memo.
No, sir. Which I didn't get, by the way, but I don't agree with the assessment.
Mr. McFarlane, what are TOW missiles and what are they used for?
Sir, the TOW is an anti-tank missile that's crew-served, fired from a tripod platform tube, kind of like a big bazooka, but it's not fired on your shoulder. It's on a tripod.
But it's an anti-tank weapon.
Yes, sir, wire-guided.
At the time, did Iraq have a large number of tanks in its inventory?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, the war between Iran and Iraq has had some of the largest tank battles since World War II. Is that not correct?
Substantial, yes, sir.
Yeah, and perhaps larger than any in World War II.
Big ones, no question.
If Iraq were to prevail against Iran, is it likely that at some point those tanks might be deployed against Israel?
Certainly, Iraq would use all that it had, I'm sure.
Was Israel concerned about that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've described the fact that Israel had good tactical air.
That
And
Iraq did, yes, sir.
Iraq did?
Yes, sir.
It's also true, isn't it, that Israel has the best tactical air in the region?
Yes, sir.
The Israelis really don't fear anything with respect to air-to-air combat or air-to-ground combat, do they?
Well, they prepare for it very well. Yes, sir.
And they're really quite competent and self-confident.
Yes, they are.
They do fear tanks, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Was it in Israel's interest to enable Iran to neutralize the Iraqi tanks?
Well, I think certainly it is in Israel's interest to weaken any potential enemy. It was very clear, however, that President Reagan said there cannot be any introduction of any weapons that has the effect of altering the balance of the conflict.
And you had no concern that the use of TOW missiles by Iran could alter the balance of the war?
At the scale that I believed they would negotiate, no, sir. I do believe it was a little extravagant. Mr. Kimke talked to me of 100 TOWs, and not the numbers that ultimately were actually sent.
In testimony before this committee last week, General Secord testified in response to Chairman Hamilton's question that, quote, the Israeli government has a strong interest in the U.S. being able to somehow gain and maintain some sort of relationship with Iran for their own interests, which don't necessarily converge with ours. End of quote. Moreover, General Secord further testified that he believed that, and I quote again, the Israelis have a strong interest in trying to gain some sort of penetration into Iran in order to bolster Iran in the Iran-Iraq war. Iraq is a mortal enemy of Israel and of great concern to their military planners and to their leaders. Therefore, simply on military grounds alone, I believe there's an interest, an Israeli interest, that the U.S. doesn't necessarily share. In fact, the U.S. position, if I understand it correctly, is one of neutrality in this war, end of quote. What was the U.S. position regarding the belligerents in Iran and Iraq? Did the U.S. favor one side or over the other, or did we have a position of neutrality?
Sir, the declaratory policy of the United States at the time was one of neutrality. That has been a policy which has had nuance from time to time that I believe remains classified, and I could explain in closed session. But Senator McClure, I believe that I should be, and please stop me if I'm wrong, I think that there is an insinuation here about whether or not Israel's motives in bringing this possibility to our attention were not self-serving. It seems to me that there was never any suggestion on the part of Mr. Kimke that Israel was seeking to subvert us or to influence us unduly. He stressed repeatedly in his encounters, Bud, this doesn't make any difference. If you all want to have nothing to do with it, we certainly would understand. We bring it to your attention as an ally. If you wish to do it, good. If you don't, good. It is there for you to consider, and so forth. And he went beyond that, and he said, now obviously, Israel's interests are very different from your own, and pointed out they have an interest in sustaining the conflict. We don't. I stressed all of our policy points that our interest is in stopping the war, restoring relations with Iran someday, curtailing terrorism, opposing the expansion of fundamentalist influence beyond Iran's borders, so forth and so on. And they're very different in many respects from Israel's. But that was clear on both sides, going in, eyes open. The President was very conscious of that.
As this matter evolved, according to your testimony on Monday, your next contact on the subject was not with Mr. Kimke, nor even with Mr. Schwimmer directly, but with Mr. Ledeen. And you reported to the President of the United States on what Mr. Ledeen told you Mr. Schwimmer had said. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it your testimony today that it was Ledeen who provided you with the first information you had on Iran's interest in obtaining TOW missiles?
Yes, sir.
And of Israel's interest in assisting them to obtain the missiles?
Yes, sir. It was confirmed by Mr. Kimke, but it came first from Mr. Ledeen. That's true.
Now, who is Mr. Ledeen? How and when did you first meet him?
It was probably in the late 70s when Mr. Ledeen was editor of Foreign Policy Journal, Washington Quarterly. I had read some of his writing, and in fact, it was on Iran.
How did Mr. Ledeen come to the Department of State, and upon whose recommendation?
I believe the Secretary of State hired him himself, as I recall.
And you were with the Secretary of State at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
What were his responsibilities at the Department of State?
Well, they were as directed by the Secretary. He was hired, I believe, because he does have expert knowledge on a number of Middle East countries, as well as political movements, the Socialist International, not only in Europe, but globally, and is knowledgeable on terrorism, and a scholar who is instructed at university level, a generalist with a particular focus upon socialist politics and the Middle East.
While you were counselor to the Secretary of State, were you aware of Israeli arms transfers or sales to Iran?
No, sir.
Had you heard it discussed?
The story kept coming up and has since, and its most frequent focus is that Israel broached that with the United States Secretary of State in '81 and got, if not approval, at least acquiescence. And I don't believe that's true. I don't know firsthand, but I don't believe the Secretary ever approved that.
Do you know whether any transfers took place?
I do not.
Were you aware of sharing intelligence with Israel?
Yes, sir.
Was such intelligence provided so as to permit them to make an airstrike against an Iraqi facility?
If you mean the Osirak reactor, I would be surprised if that were so. I don't know that to be true.
Did there come a time when the then Secretary of State, and that was Al Haig at the time, railed against the furnishing of this type of intelligence to Israel?
I don't remember that, but it's possible.
Was Secretary Haig opposed to the arms transfers then underway between Israel and Iran?
I believe he was, yes, sir.
When you were, let's see, Did Mr. Ledeen have any role, official or unofficial, during your period as counselor to the Secretary of State with respect to arms sales or transfers then taking place between Israel and Iran?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
How did Mr. Ledeen come to be a consultant at the NSC?
I don't remember. I would not have opposed it. I believe it occurred in 1983 and that I supported it because I knew of his connections and access to high officials in a number of socialist governments, which made it possible to get through him information we would not get from other sources.
Now, you've mentioned that Mr. Ledeen was something of an expert on counterterrorism.
Yes, sir.
Did he have an ongoing relationship with those in Israel who had similar expertise?
I don't know precisely who his contacts were in Israel, other than those that have come to light in the last 2 or 3 months, high officials. He was, I believe, a consultant to the Department of Defense in the counterterrorism role.
Was one of the officials in Israel who is an expert on counterterrorism is Mr. Neer?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when Mr. Ledeen advised you that he had had a meeting abroad with a European intelligence official on the subject of Iran and moderate elements within that country?
I believe so, yes, sir.
What did Mr. Ledeen tell you about this meeting?
I believe that he said that the official he had talked to had referred him to Israel as having the best information on what's going on in Iran.
Did it surprise you that Mr. Ledeen came to you with that story?
What impressed me most, I think, about it was the person who had so advised him, a person that I knew to be of considerable competence, the European.
Mm-hmm. Now, you talked to Mr. Ledeen about that matter on more than one occasion, did you not?
Yes, sir.
In light of your relationship with Mr. Kimchi, why wouldn't you have simply pursued the matter directly with him?
Well, I did, actually. The scenario from the beginning involved Mr. Ledeen coming to me in, I think, April of 1985, saying that he had had word from this official you mentioned, I believe, that it might be timely to talk to Israel about whether or not it had any good intelligence on Iran, that he was going there anyway on a visit, and would I have any interest in knowing if such ties existed? And I said, of course I would. I did not task him. He was not going for me or carrying instructions. He was there on his hook to get information, as he always was. But he went there, determined that they did have some history of association and talking to Iranians, came back and said so. I had an exchange with the Secretary of State, said, forget it, turn it off. But as a consequence of his visits, Mr. Kimchi did then come to me in July. I had another conversation by cable with the Secretary of State, and he said, let's show tentative interest, and you, McFarlane, be in charge of it.
Mr. McFarlane, yesterday you indicated that Colonel North told you that he was worried that Mr. Ledeen might have profited from the enterprise. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that Colonel North had seemed preoccupied by whatever he had discussed with Mr. Ledeen at Ledeen's home at a meeting on November 21, 1986.
Yes, sir.
You will recall that you had offered to drive Colonel North to the EOB and that you waited in the car while North and Ledeen had a conversation.
He asked for the ride. Actually, I wasn't going there, but that's correct. I waited in the car.
You testified further that Colonel North told you that perhaps Schwimmer and Ledeen have made some arrangements we are just not aware of and cannot account for, and he was worried about it.
Yes, sir.
Had you, prior to this conversation, had any suspicion or concern expressed to you that Mr. Ledeen and Mr. Schwimmer may have had a private arrangement?
I think Admiral Poindexter may have mentioned that he had some misgivings about that.
Based on your experience with Mr. Ledeen up to this point, did you believe Colonel North's story or give credit to his concern?
I didn't have any basis for judging, Senator McClure. I had thought that Mr. Ledeen's association with the project had been terminated when I left the government.
When you were National Security Advisor, was one of your important subordinates was Howard Teicher, was it not?
Yes, sir.
How did he first come to your attention?
When I was appointed to be the counselor of the State Department, I was looking for staff in my own immediate office, and I asked men that I respect in the department who they might recommend that was a young, intelligent analyst, and they referred me to Mr. Teicher, who had been, during the Carter administration, an analyst in the Department of Defense and was still working there, and I interviewed him as well as several others and ultimately hired Mr. Teicher to be my own assistant, research assistant.
And when you moved from the State Department to NSC, you brought him with you?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did Mr. Teicher, in his advice to you, propose that the U.S. consider using Israel as a conduit for U.S. arms as a means of opening a relationship between the U.S. and Iran?
I don't recall that per se. However, you are correct that Mr. Teicher did coordinate on a proposed national security decision directive that contained that reference or that recommendation, among others.
I'm sure you had more than one occasion to have discussions with Mr. Teicher on his views on the Iran-Iraq war and U.S.-Iran relationships.
Yes, sir.
In these respects, would you say that Mr. Teicher's views were similar to those being expressed by David Kimche and later by Mr. Neer?
Well, I found Mr. Teicher to be very objective in pointing out the differences between our own interests and those of Israel. And while some of our interests do coincide, where they did not, he identified those.
Mr. Kimche had done the same thing in his conversations, hadn't he?
Yes, sir.
When did you first become aware that General Secord was involved in the Iran initiative?
Well, I think it is just an error on my part. It should have been apparent to me on December 8th, the day that I met in London with Mr. Ghorbrani Farr. Looking back until really very recently, I would have said that I didn't know that until I left government and was advised by Prof's messages coming to me that that was the case. But it is apparent now to me that he was involved as of about November, when he helped in the resolution of the shipment problem that came up on November while I was in Geneva.
If I can divert to that for just a moment, did it ever strike you as strange that Israel would attempt a shipment to Iran in an El Al aircraft?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever speculate on why that happened?
Well, that did strike me as uncharacteristically dumb. I mean, there's nobody better at intelligence operations than Israel, in my knowledge, and this is very unusual.
And the fact that they were attempting to make that shipment through a third country and didn't have customs clearance for the transshipment?
Unusual, yes, sir.
That again would be uncharacteristic, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
When did you first become aware that General Secord was involved in the Contra network?
You know, I should add to that last answer. I wouldn't blame the Israeli intelligence service on that. This was being handled by private Israeli citizens, and so I would accept a greater margin for error, and certainly it happened.
When did you first become aware that General Secord was involved in the Contra network?
I don't know if I could give you the precise date, but again, on Prof's messages, I was advised in very early 1986 that he was involved, and I think I wanted to believe that that was because the Contras had hired him to be involved, and that may be the case. It may also be true that he was engaged by Colonel North.
When you returned from the December 1985 meeting in London at Mr. Nimrodi's house, you returned on a U.S. aircraft.
Yes, sir.
Was General Secord also on board that aircraft?
Yes, sir. He was a retired military officer and entitled to space available transportation.
And Mr. North was also there?
Yes, sir, he was.
You knew of General Secord's response at that time, of his presence there?
Well, it's another lapse, Senator McClure. If you'd asked me that a month ago, I would have said no, because I simply didn't remember it. But I do acknowledge that he was on the manifest and he must have been there.
He testified that he had a conversation with you. You don't remember that conversation?
Well, I do remember that he gave me a paper. I think it was handwritten, and stimulated by the reality of it, I do recall that having gotten it. Bear in mind that I had left the United States less than 24 hours before, ridden over there, had a couple of meetings, met this borderline moron, come back, and I was not in the peak of alertness at the time, but...
You were a borderline moron yourself at that time. No, let me rephrase that. You were somewhat tired, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And sleepy. I think General Secord said that he didn't want to talk, all he wanted to do was sleep.
That's right, yes, sir.
You remember that much?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whether General Secord gave you any of his reaction to the meeting with Nimrodi while you were there on the aircraft?
I really don't remember, Senator McClure.
Did he mention his involvement at all in the November shipment?
I don't think so. It's the kind of thing that he or Colonel North would have, however, and they may have.
Mr. McFarlane, on Monday at the close of your testimony, you responded to a question from Mr. Lyman on how you became involved in participating in the development of what can only be described as a false and misleading chronology as well as other events. You stated that such an explanation is at the heart of the purpose that we share here. You went on to say that if given the opportunity, you'd be glad to provide some context to explain just why this did happen. Would you like to take the time to explain now how this did happen and why that's at the heart of this matter?
Well, I believe, Senator McClure, that the relationship between this administration and the Congress has been a very stormy one. It has been unsuccessful on the whole in forging a willingness on both ends of the avenue to work together in foreign policy. The reasons that that has not been possible are primarily lie in the executive branch, I think, although there is fault here on the Hill. These are very, very personal opinions and easily challenged, and I would welcome that. But it is extremely important, it seems to me, that those who hold high office in this country not only understand and respect the role of the Congress in foreign and domestic matters, but have long experience in working with it. I don't think that it's wise to expect, as electors or people in Congress, that someone can come here not having been here and worked in the Hill, with the Hill, to be comfortable doing it to the extent that you must in foreign policy. More fundamentally, I think, and I made the point in response to Senator Sarbanes' question, that there never has been in our elections very great premium put upon the qualifications of the several candidates in foreign policy. People cast their votes in this country largely on their judgment about whether the candidates will respond to their domestic concerns, their pocketbook issues. And most candidates can get by on presenting a foreign policy platform of peace. They're not required to go beyond that and say, peace how? If anything, President Reagan did go beyond the normal platitudes to define what peace through strength, his platform, really meant in terms of dealing with the Russians and so forth. But I think until we do correct that fundamental state of knowledge and interest on the part of every American, and you can only do that through generations of changed curricula in primary and secondary schools, teaching history, other people's history, comparative politics, ideologies, things like that. But at least if you do that, you have a better chance of electing people who will come with a keen judgment about what the United States can do to make the world a better place, and to focus on those one or two things, because only one or two can be done in 4 years, we ought to tackle, and to campaign on those, and have the country behind him when he gets here on those two issues. As it is today, a president is elected and perforce suddenly required to deal with Russians who play by quite a different rule book, but he's expected to behave by a rule book that Americans and congressmen and women dictate, which is not adequate to compete with the Soviet Union. And so he is a product of an electorate that is terribly unrealistic about how he ought to do business, but he's required to negotiate with very, very different breed of animal in the Soviet Union. Again, education can help bridge that gap, but it's going to take generations to do it. When he arrives in Washington, the person that is the product of a far more informed electorate will also choose better people to be in his cabinet, and they too will have the qualifications necessary to deal with the job. Of course, it's also worthwhile to have cabinet officers who have the same view of things as the president does. And that's not really true. Or at least they have widely divergent views of what the president really thinks. But I think the Congress, too, has to step up to the fact that it's been terribly irresponsible in the way that it's handled its end of foreign policy making the past generation. There was a time when the President Eisenhower, could confer with the leadership of Congress, Senator Johnson, Speaker Rayburn, and respond to what they had to say in terms of not doing things which they thought a bad idea. And one of the reasons he could is because they could deliver a defeat or a victory. And if they didn't like something they would win, they would prevail. He knew that, but he could also get them behind things he wanted to do, and they could deliver. It's no longer the case. And I think until their reform of campaign finance laws gives the leadership of the Congress some control over the purse strings that affect people's reelection, you're going to have this disintegration of leadership on the Hill here. And you have other outrageous examples of irresponsibility up here, where give you an example. The President and I were traveling out in Chicago, October of 1985, and the Achille Lauro had been seized a couple of days before. And we were in the Sara Lee Bakery, of all places. The President had just made a speech, and I was in the wing someplace being in touch with my deputy here at the White House, Admiral Poindexter, and Colonel North. An exercise in NSC activism that nobody seemed to criticize. However, we got word that we had determined where the hijackers were at the time in Cairo and of their plans to board an aircraft and go to Tunisia. And this had been learned through some very sensitive intelligence means, sources, methods. My deputy said he had had a call from a senior, very senior member of the Senate Intelligence Committee asking whether he could go to the CIA and get a briefing on that. I said, of course. He's an oversight, member of an oversight committee. That's his right. And the senator went there, got the information, proceeded directly to a network television station and put it all out on how we learned that information. Now, on that occasion, it didn't involve a human being. It could have, and he'd be dead. That's irresponsible. Did the Senate do anything to affect that person's condition? No. Well, now, I don't want to stress that unduly, because that is as bad. If an administration reacts to that kind of performance by saying there was an example of a breach of integrity, therefore I will never cooperate with the Senate, that's equally irresponsible. Both have to understand the requirement for maturity and judgment, and when it doesn't happen, correct it. But I think we do have to return, obviously, to a time when the leadership of the Congress truly leads and represents power, and when the President respects his obligation to consult with that leadership and beyond. Now, I make it sound easy, and it isn't easy. It has to be not just campaign reform. I think making coincidental terms of 4 years for House members and the President would make them far more interested in the President's welfare and of his policies and of perhaps having 8-year Senate terms. But it isn't for me, a person who is not a government expert, to comment on precisely what would improve matters. I referred to the commission that has been in operation for several years to study, leading to the bicentennial of the Constitution, how these matters might improve our ability to forge foreign policy. I think the military has a responsibility to do a quite better job than they have in dealing with the real threats we are going to have to deal with in the years ahead. After the terrible trauma to the military they suffered in Vietnam, one would have thought at least they would have salvaged the lesson that, well, the Russians just learned from this war a stratagem for expanding their power, guerrilla conflict. Therefore, had we not better learn in the U.S. military something of this conflict and make sure we have the capability to deal with that kind of struggle? And that we can. But we didn't. Today, the military is oriented, as it has been throughout the post-war period, toward strategic deterrence, but conflict in Europe. And every time some young officer thinks we ought to improve our counterinsurgency capability, that's a hot ticket to being passed over. Well, I'm going on too long, and I apologize for it. I think it can be improved, but it's going to require very, very fundamental reforms of education, of the way the Congress and the presidency deal with each other. It comes down ultimately to people. And if you have great education and a wonderful electoral process, and at the end you haven't elected people of great experience, and experience is more important than anything else, You've got to have a national security advisor who really wants to work with the Congress. And you can find them. The woods are full of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The committees will take about a 5-minute, 10-minute recess, and then we'll resume with questioning by Mr. Corder. The joint hearings of the two committees will resume their sittings. Chairman Inouye has an announcement.
Mr. Chairman, regretfully, I must advise you that the United States Senate is presently involved in a mini filibuster as a prelude to our DOD authorization bill involving a series of procedural votes. That will explain why some of the members have been absent temporarily. So I hope you'll understand and excuse us. I intend to be here during the session all day.
Thank you, Senator. It's kind of reassuring to know the Senate has problems, too. We turn now to Mr. Corder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarlane, there was a memorandum which has been referred to a number of times in the hearings from Mr. North to Admiral Poindexter, commonly known as the diversion memo. As best we can tell, it was probably written on April 4th, 5th, or 6th of 1986. There's a copy of it in the Tower Commission report. On page B88 of the Tower report, that indicates that Oliver North was talking about $12 million to be used for the resistance in Central America. I'm just referencing that for you. It's my understanding that you testified that you did not, and I guess there's no reason why you should have seen a memorandum from Oliver North to Admiral Poindexter, but you did not see that memorandum. Is that correct?
I did not, sir.
Directing your attention, if you would, to page B, as in boy 85 of the same Tower Commission report, there's a copy of a prof memorandum, a note from Colonel Oliver North to you, dated April 7th, 1986. Do you see that?
What page was that?
It's page B85.
B as in boy?
B as in boy 85, and I'm referring to the last full paragraph on the right side of the page, and then the prof note to you, Mr. McFarlane, continues on the top of the next page, B86.
I have it, yes.
Okay. Let me read the applicable part of this, and then I'd like to ask you a question. Per request of Poindexter, have prepared a paper for our boss which lays out arrangements. Now, let me just insert my comment there. It's my understanding that that paper refers to the diversion memo. I'll read on. Ghorbanifar indicated that your counterpart in the Tehran meeting would be Rafsanjani. If all this comes to pass, it should be one hell of a show. Meanwhile, we have some evidence that Colonel Gaddafi is attempting to buy the hostages in order to stage a propaganda extravaganza. As far-fetched as this may seem, CIA believes it is a distinct possibility. Bottom line, believe you should avail yourself of this paper at your earliest convenience. We'd like to see you anyway. I'm going home if I remember the way. It appears to me by that prof memorandum that possibly Oliver North is referencing the diversion memo and referencing it in here to you, suggesting you should read it before your Tehran meeting. Is my understanding possible?
It seems logical to me.
Did you read this prof note from North to you, the one I just read?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Did you do what it said and look at the memorandum that North had prepared for Poindexter?
No, sir.
Thank you. Your meeting in in Tehran, was arranged, and you went there. Who was with you at the time?
There was Lieutenant Colonel North, Mr. Howard Teicher, both of the NSC staff, a CIA officer, I don't know if he's been identified, with long experience in Iran, Mr. Amiram Nir of the government of Israel, and two communicators from the CIA.
There was some risks involved by your going, was
sir.
there not? You at that time had been National Security Advisor to the President. We take it from that you were knowledgeable of United States classified information, sources and methods of gathering intelligence, covert activities, and perhaps as well special access systems that the services may have. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize that when you went to Tehran that you yourself may be a perfect target for kidnapping and for torture in order to have this information divulged to other people?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did that bother you?
No, sir.
Did you think it was wise for someone with your knowledge to go to Tehran under those types of circumstances?
Well, I took it very seriously, Mr. Corder, and it seemed to me that it would be unwise to go unless the person with whom we would deal had sufficient influence to assure the security of the mission. And that's why I was concerned about meeting with the highest level officials. It wasn't a matter of vanity. It was in part to assure that that person would have enough power to assure both the security of my people, but the confidentiality of its even taking place.
Did you, excuse me, go ahead.
That's fine.
Did you assume that there was the possibility that if you had been captured, that you would have been tortured?
Yes, sir.
And you accepted the responsibility knowing that?
Yes, sir.
Is it too much to say that you were therefore prepared to be tortured and to die for your country?
Yes, sir. I think people that have to be in that situation occasionally make arrangements to deal with it, and that's part of the job.
You said you made arrangements to deal with it. Can you be more specific than that?
Well, it is a little bit of a false bravado, I think. I am confident that I had the means at hand to foreclose my being exploited for intelligence.
I think I understand what you're saying. You as well put yourself in great risks a number of years before in Vietnam, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you not one of those individuals assigned to the United States Embassy during the last falling days in Saigon to make sure that the remaining Americans and loyal Vietnamese would be taken out?
Well, sir, I've seen a report to that I think has been wrong, really. My role in the evacuation of Saigon was in the White House, and it was to determine when that point had been reached that further evacuations would put at risk our own helicopters and, in short, the net losses would outweigh any gains. And to have landed with the first and be responsible for the ignominious pullout of the last was a very ironic occurrence.
Shifting your attention to policy and Congress and the United States, Mr. McFarlane, is it safe to say, and not misleading to say, that our policy, congressional established policy in Central America, has shifted quite dramatically in the past 7 years?
Yes, sir.
In 1978, it was the position of the Congress and the government to support the Somoza government. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In 1979, it was the position of the Congress and the administration, indeed, to help eliminate Somoza.
Yes, sir.
In 1980 and 1981, the Congress rushed to give the newly formed Sandinista government $100 million. Is that
sir.
correct? In 1982, we cut off further aid to the Sandinistas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Even in 81, I think.
81. In 1983, we allowed $24 million, the Congress, to be used by that organization, the Contras, that were fighting against the Sandinistas.
Yes, sir.
And then we went on revoking further aid and then eventually voted for additional aid to the Contras. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it helpful to an administration in carrying out foreign policy? Is it helpful to an administration in dealing with foreign countries to have a vacillating position in the Congress, 8 positions perhaps in 8 years?
It is absolutely out of the question to have a coherent policy with that kind of change in the legal framework in which you deal. The perhaps central and most important quality of a great power, as seen by allies and enemies, is constancy, being able to count on commitments once made, whether you're an ally or an enemy. Now, the fact that we made a commitment in 81, and you could argue whether it was sensible to do it, but we did it, and then proceeded in the next 4 years to have so many changes, was very worrisome, not only to Contras, but to other potential freedom fighters all the way around the world who said, should we risk our necks and go out and try to challenge X, Y, or Z Soviet-sponsored government? It doesn't look like it's a very smart thing to me if we're relying on the Americans. Now, I have to say, if I were in the Congress and I were trying to engage seriously and couldn't get anybody in the White House to meet with me, or that they turned up mining a harbor and didn't tell me about it, I'd do the same damn thing. But the reality of changing policies that produce no consensus and demonstrate chaos of the single most important great power in the world is a recipe for disaster. We can't let it go on.
If you were the leader, this is obviously a hypothetical question, if you were the leader of an emerging democratic country that was moving from the transition of a totalitarian or dictatorship toward democracy, knowing what you know about the United States foreign policy changes, would you feel comfortable in relying on the United States as an ally?
No, I wouldn't.
In 1983, actually it was December 1982, a congressional amendment was passed prohibiting the CIA and Department of Defense from spending any money for the overthrow of the Nicaraguan government. That was Boland 1. And are you familiar with that statute that we passed in December of 1982?
Yes, sir.
That was passed pretty overwhelmingly, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Is it your belief that one of the reasons it was passed overwhelmingly is that it made the Congress feel good about prohibiting involvement in Nicaragua, and yet didn't say a whole lot because it didn't tie the hands of the administration so very much at all?
I think that's a very accurate portrayal, Mr. Corder. But I should say something I should have said earlier. It also sowed the seeds within the executive branch of misleading, I believe, on our part. Because in a very surreal interpretation from the Hill, we were told that one of the reasons that that was passed that way was to help us out. And the help was supposed to be contained in our ability to support insurgents as long as they didn't overthrow the government. And so it led us into a terribly misleading posture of saying, let's go support the daylights out of insurgents who's we're saying daily in Managua, of course we're going to overthrow the government if we can, and having to pretend that that wasn't the case. Well, that's wrong of the executive and it's wrong of the Congress. Let's not wink at each other and saying we really did you a favor here because you can say you're interdicting arms to El Salvador. Now, the administration should have stepped up to it and said to the American people, look, we have a problem here. Maybe we just ought to let Nicaragua go down and wait until it happens in Honduras or Salvador, until people really get stirred up about it. But maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we ought to draw the line here and have a catfight about it for 6 months on national television and everything else, and you may end up with a policy to go ahead and do something, but do it honestly. Don't kind of sneak around saying we're going to change the government by cutting off arms flowing into El Salvador. I mean, it's just nuts.
Is it your feeling that the other amendments that were passed by the Congress were drafted in such a way that once again the Congress felt pleased about barring something, but the administration, at least some interpretations within the administration, were such that they could work around them by the nature of the way they were drafted?
Yes, sir. Someone, a very wise politician that I began to work with back in the early 70s, used to watch Senator Allen perform on the Senate floor, and after getting beaten several times in a row by Senator Allen on use of procedure and rules and kind of exasperation, he said, you know, I swear I think in Alabama the first thing they do when they take the baby home from the hospital is teach it the Senate rules, because it really can be used effectively. I don't say that pejoratively. He was a master and terribly effective in a positive way, but we become so preoccupied with how to win a vote to reconsider the motion by which the matter was laid aside that Americans could never understand, you know. And that way you can say, well, I voted for something good. I voted to cut off aid to the Contras and to let them keep fighting. Wonderful.
Your opinion, I guess, is that the Congress enjoys voting maybe.
I'm sorry?
Does the Congress, in your opinion, enjoy voting on both sides of the issue, voting maybe?
Yes.
Did they do so in this particular case, and in your opinion, with regard to some of the amendments we passed in Central America?
Yes, sir.
It seems to me, looking at the even most restrictive amendments that were passed by Congress relative to Central America, that they referred, and we have a copy of them on the wall over here, they referred to the fact that no funds available to certain organizations. I know that Mr. Boland, who asked questions just a few moments ago, said the operable words are no funds. I want to ask you whether you think, and I would hold, that the operable words there are available to. And then you read on. The question is that if the Congress was true, if the Congress was clear, they would have prohibited money from the United States going to Central America, rather than money designated to individual agencies going to Central America. Is that correct?
I think it is legally correct, Mr. Corder, and I think that there are, in that same context, are ways that I, as a person not paid by the NSC, could condone doing, not being covered by the law. But I didn't, because neither you nor I should engage of this kind of interpretation for convenience, self-serving interpretations. I mean, it was clear to me, Mr. Boland didn't want anybody in the U.S. government assisting the Contras. We lost. Okay, don't do it. Now, that's the right thing to do. But there were people after the vote here saying, well, the CIA can't do it and the Defense Department do it, who are the only people that are good at doing it, but all the rest of you can do it. Well, that's just not reasonable.
But the amendments were drafted in such a way that the prohibition was to, with respect to the CIA, the DOD, Department of Defense, and other agencies involved in intelligence activities, and was not a prohibition on the United States, per se.
That's correct.
I'm just reading an amendment on the Arms Export Control Act, and I think it'll clarify what I'm trying to say if I'm not doing it clearly. There, it does say as follows: the United States shall not enter into an agreement or spend money.
Yes, sir.
So it seems to me that if we can say the United States shall not do something with regard to one act, we can say the United States cannot do something with respect to another act.
Yes, sir.
The Congress, after Boland 1 and 2, then went on again changing its policy in Central America. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There was a time that we were saying we prohibited aid from going to agencies involved in intelligence, CIA and DOD, but at the same time, there was a very secret Intelligence Authorization Act that had an amendment saying there could be contacts and assistance to the Contras.
Yes, sir, there was.
Did that add clarity to your knowledge of the law?
No, sir, it just added to the murk. But we were pleased to get more murk. I mean...
I'd like to be more specific, if I may, directing your attention to the Tower Commission report, and regrettably, my copy doesn't have the page on it. Perhaps counsel can find out what page I'm referring to. C6. Page C5 or C6 of the Tower Commission report. Now, that report says in December 1985, Congress passed two measures The first, contained in Section 8050 of the fiscal year 1986 Defense Appropriations Act, reenacted the Boland prohibition. The second, set out in Section 105A of fiscal year 1986 Intelligence Authorization Act, authorized classified amounts for communications, communication equipment, training, and advice for the Contras.
Is it C4 or C5? Good.
Page C6.
Yes, sir.
I'm reading on. The communications and advice provisions introduced substantial uncertainty as to whether any U.S. official, CIA, DOD, or NSC staff could advise the Contras on the delivery or distribution of lethal supplies. First, the provisions were so ambiguous that even the drafters debated their meaning. And then there's a footnote, which is footnote number 5, wherein one drafter on the House side has one interpretation of that which the Congress passed, and the other drafter on the Senate side had a different interpretation of that which the Congress passed.
Yes, sir.
I read on. A second, applicable statutory provisions were contained in an annex classified top secret and developed pursuant to a legislative history likewise classified. Whether such secrecy was warranted or not, it did not enhance common understanding of the statute. Do you agree with that statement in the Tower Commission report?
Yes, sir.
I read on. Within the executive branch, interpretations differed. The CIA, in a question for the record, 28th January Covert Action Update Briefing, concluded that it was not authorized to provide specialized logistics training needed by the Contras. The IOB, that's the Intelligence Oversight Board, by memorandum of April 8, 1986, provided Admiral Poindexter a classified legal analysis that concluded that under the communications and advice provision, any U.S. agency may lawfully provide basic military training to the Contras, so long as such training does not amount to the participation in the planning or execution of military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua. Do you agree that amendments were passed in this institution in which the drafters themselves disagreed as to what they meant, and that created confusion such that even in the administration there was differing interpretations as to what could legally be done in Central America and not?
There's no question about it, Mr. Corder.
Mr. McFarlane, directing your attention off of the statutes and on to Central America, why do you believe that it's important to assist the Contras in Central America?
Mr. Corder, I think that there are several reasons to do that. First of all, it is in keeping with our own history, the roots of our own revolutionary experience, to identify and be supportive of people devoted to pluralism, democracy, aspiring for nothing more than freedom. But that cannot be, as I think our country was encouraged to think in 1961, an open-ended matter that you do in an idealistic whim or in some place that the United States people don't believe is important, like Vietnam. You ought to be circumspect in identifying where such people that are aspiring to democracy are acknowledged by Americans and the U.S. Congress to be important to us. The past generation, as taken us somewhat out of our idealistic phase and into a more realistic awareness that we cannot solve all the world's problems, but where our interests, our security, is affected by the future of a group of people aspiring for freedom, then yes, we ought to be able to get behind it. And certainly in our own backyard, where our failure could lead to greater Soviet presence or the presence of Soviet surrogates, to the sponsorship of other guerrilla movements which could infect Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico ultimately, it ought to be easy to explain that to the American people, and therefore it was probably as good a case as we could find anywhere in the world on which to respond to this Soviet stratagem. Now that's the second reason why sponsorship of the Contras made sense. We had just witnessed a 5-year period where the Soviet Union tried out a stratagem of sponsoring guerrilla movements that would topple moderate regimes and install their own totalitarian successor. And they had a phenomenal success. From 75 to 80, in Angola, Ethiopia, South Yemen, Cambodia, Afghanistan, Mozambique, Nicaragua, and so on. Now, if in this period in the 80s where Americans seemed conscious of that trend and were up to doing something about it and decided to pick Nicaragua, if you were sitting in the Kremlin watching this and you had evidence that the United States could not even cope with this phenomena where it was most important to them, not in Vietnam, right at home, then if you're a Kremlin leader, the precedent, and that's the issue, the precedent of failing where it ought to be easiest to win might well encourage the Soviet Union to continue this stratagem and to pour more money into it as opposed to other kinds of European orientation or Japanese or Chinese. And we might see this phenomena begin to recur again because they could see we cannot deal with it. And I think that likely. Within a couple of years, more money going into the Philippines, into Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, other places. So because, on the first point, it is morally the right thing to do, secondly, because it is precedentially terribly important to our ability to deter this stratagem of the Soviet Union in the future. But I have to say, Mr. Corder, that though I stand by those reasons and I believe that the Contras should be supported, that you also want to win. And you must be sure that the instruments of policy you choose in any given area are competent enough to do the job. Now that isn't clear. It isn't clear that instead of relying upon Contras, we ought not to have taken it to the American people and said, it is so important that we should quarantine Nicaragua and keep the Russians out of there. And that might have succeeded and it might have failed. But it would have been the application of an option for Americans to consider on its merits, not a resort to something that you couldn't even talk about that was unlikely to work. But I think when it comes down to the human angle of it, that unless the United States of America in the late 20th century develops a means to cope with this phenomena of Soviet subversion and carries it to our people and gets Americans to realize why it's important and to come together on a way of dealing with it, whether it involves the freedom fighters and us or just freedom fighters, but consciously enters it determined to win, our decline is certain.
You imply, I guess, by your statement that the Soviet Union is aiding and assisting the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Is that not so?
Yes, sir. At a scale that is far orders of magnitude ahead of ours.
So there, the Soviets are trying or are spending more money in military equipment in Central America or in Nicaragua than certainly we are in aiding the Contras. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Another statistic that's kind of interesting, and it goes back 5 years, and that is that there are more Russian advisors in this hemisphere than there are American advisors.
How many Russian advisors are there in this hemisphere?
Well, it's on the order of 50 times as many. I was told that it was up on a scale of about 2,500 or 3,000.
In 1983, correct me if you know that I'm wrong or think I'm wrong on any of these. In 1983, the Soviets, East Europeans, and the Cubans, aid to Nicaragua was $120 million. In 84, $250 million. In 1985, $150 million. In 1986, $600 million. A total of almost $1.3 billion between 1979 and 1987. Is that close on the mark?
Yes, sir, it is.
In 1982, there were 10,000 Cuban advisors in Nicaragua. Was that close to the mark?
Yes, sir.
Now, the Soviets have sent to Nicaragua Hind helicopters. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe what type of a weapon a Hind helicopter is, what it's capable of doing, and whether it's a fairly advanced type of military piece of equipment?
The Hind helicopter is an attack, assault, heavy helicopter that is perhaps the best armed helicopter weapon system in the world.
Better than ours?
Yes, sir.
Continue. What you're saying is that Nicaragua has better helicopters than the United States.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
The Hind is capable of carrying not only troops for assault and rapid mobility operations, but in its own arsenal carries light and heavy rockets as well as high-speed machine guns of mixed caliber, and can sustain a rate of fire both in defense of itself and support of assault operations on the ground unparalleled in the world. It's a very, very imposing system.
It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that not only is the Soviet Union, not only is Cuba, but countries such as Czechoslovakia, North Korea, organizations such as the PLO, Muammar Gaddafi's Libya, are likewise helping the Sandinistas in Central America. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, sir.
In March of 1980, 8 months after the revolution, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking about the revolution in Nicaragua, Managua, Nicaragua, already had formal diplomatic relations with Vietnam, Cuba, Kampuchea, Mongolia, North Korea, Libya, South Yemen, and the PLO, as well as every member of the Warsaw Pact. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it your understanding that Cuban pilots have flown Nicaraguan planes and helicopters?
I've seen the reports, yes, sir.
Is it your understanding that PLO pilots are flying from time to time Nicaraguan aircraft?
I've heard that, yes, sir.
It's my understanding that Somoza had about 14,000 soldiers. Do you know how many soldiers Nicaragua has today? About?
More than 65,000 in uniform and more in the militias and reserve.
Does that make it the biggest military force in Central America?
Yes, sir, by a substantial amount.
Does that make it one of the biggest military forces in the Americas?
Yes, sir.
Exceeded by what countries, to your knowledge?
Cuba.
And perhaps the United States?
Yes, sir.
We hope. Mr. McFarlane, in your testimony on Monday, you told Mr. Lyman that there were times that you thought that Oliver North might have withheld information from you, and that if he did so, you felt that he was doing it to protect you. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that in hindsight that it protected you, or do you think in hindsight that it exposed you to more risk?
Well, my presence here today would indicate that it probably didn't help. No, sir, I think it's well-meaning, but the wrong thing to do.
would you, knowing the fact that you were working very closely in the administration, you admire the President very much, did you consciously withhold information from the President for the same reasons that you think Oliver North withheld information from you, that is, to protect him?
I don't really believe I did. I think reflects immaturity to not understand that if what you are doing puts the President at risk, you better not do it, but he had better know about anything that you are doing that might. And I believe the President was conscious of everything that I did that was close to the line.
Your testimony was that you did not find out about the diversion of money from Iran to Central America until you were standing on a tarmac in Israel after the Tehran meeting.
That's correct.
And when, refresh our recollection, what date was that?
I am guessing that it was the Thursday of the week in which May 28th falls. And I say that only because I remember I was in Tehran on the 28th and back out on Thursday, I believe, of that week, and I'll get it for you, Mr. Gorder. But
did you ever tell the President of the United States, subsequent to that, obviously you couldn't tell him before because that's when you found out, that there was this diversion of money?
No, sir.
Therefore, as far as you know, the President knew nothing about the diversion of money from Iran to Central America.
That's correct, sir.
Did the President, in your meetings with the President of the United States, ever tell you to do something illegal?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you that what we want to do is to avoid legally passed legislation because there's a greater national interest here?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you to, in your operations, do something that would be construed to be illegal?
Never.
Did he ever tell you, to your knowledge, to do anything that you would interpret to be illegal?
No, sir.
Do you believe the President, in these affairs, always followed the law?
Yes, I do.
Do you think the United States has a legitimate goal in attempting to create relations with some elements in Iran?
Yes, sir.
That was indeed one of the pillars or reasons for the President's policy there, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
Do you agree that Israel also wished the United States to have these types of contacts with moderates in Iran?
Yes, sir.
Their behavior would lead one to believe that that was the case, was it not?
Yes, it was.
You believe that they're correct and that they want to be able to have relations with more moderate elements in Iran?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you think it's a correct policy for them as you believe it's a correct policy for the United States?
I do.
Do you believe the United States should attempt to save Americans that are held hostage and gain their earliest possible and safe release?
Yes, sir.
Is there any shame in a country that wants to do that?
No, sir.
Is there any shame in a president that is concerned about the safety of citizens that have been held against their will months after months at all?
Not at all.
Do you think it would be appropriate policy for the United States government to try to free those individuals that are held in captivity?
Yes, sir.
What would you think of a country that didn't try?
It's not worthy of the governance of that country.
Was the President of the United States concerned, to your own personal knowledge, because of your conversations with him, with the safety not only of William Buckley, but the safety of those individuals in Iran, not in Iran, but in Lebanon, that were held captive?
President Reagan has always been profoundly concerned for the welfare of hostages.
Did he indicate to you personally?
Yes, sir, he did, many
and
times.
Did he appear to you as if he was very sincere in his concern about their safety?
Very sincere,
Did he ever
sir.
indicate to you that we wanted to do everything we could, obviously legally, in order to gain their release?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever talk to the families, to your knowledge, of those people that were being held hostage?
Yes, sir, even went out of his way to do so when some of his advisors were saying it will only lead to a negative story. The President wanted to meet with the hostage families.
Why would the President feel, even upon contrary advice, that it was important to meet with the families of the hostages?
He felt a great personal obligation to both demonstrate to relatives his concern for them, but as well to let them know what he knew and give them some basis for hope that we were concerned about it.
Was the President touched, to your knowledge, or affected by his personal meeting?
The joint hearings of the two select committees will resume. When we completed our morning session, Mr. Corder was asking questions, and the chair recognizes Mr. Corder to continue with questions.
I thank the chair. Good afternoon, Mr. McFarlane.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This morning, Mr. McFarlane, I asked you questions and asked you whether you had seen a memorandum which was prepared by Oliver North and sent to Mr. Poindexter. That was the one that was in the Tower Commission on B as in boy 86, and the one that references some millions of dollars as being potentially diverted from Iran to Central America, and I would like you just to make sure which document we're referring to.
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with it.
And it's your testimony that you did not read that document. It goes a number of pages, does it not?
Yes, sir.
What is your testimony with respect to the President's knowledge on this memorandum? Do you know if the President saw it?
I have no indication that he did.
The President never indicated to you that he had seen it?
No, sir.
Is it addressed to the President, or is it addressed to Mr. Poindexter, Admiral Poindexter?
If I recall correctly, the recommendation was that the President approve what had been described in the memo, and normally that would imply that the recipient, Admiral Poindexter, brief the President on it and get his approval in an oral fashion. That is not common. Usually there is called an action memo that follows it, that is written from Poindexter to the President so that he can have a hard copy and read what it is he's approving.
Have you ever, or did you ever hear either Admiral North or Colonel Poindexter say that the President saw this memorandum?
No, sir, I did not.
And to your knowledge, the President did not see it?
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. McFarlane, you testified yesterday, this morning, yesterday and the day before, about the fact that it was your opinion that the Boland amendments, particularly the more restrictive of those amendments, applied to the National Security Council. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that a personal opinion of yours? Or
Yes,
is that,
sir.
It's your personal opinion?
Yes, it is.
That opinion is not based on the advice of any type of legal counsel, is it?
No, sir.
Is it, I assume it is not, your responsibility to legally advise the National Security Council even while you are the director of the National Security Council?
It is my responsibility to make sure that my staff obeys the law. There is a general counsel who is to support me in that function, and to bring to my attention any legal implications for the NSC staff.
Do you think do you think it would be appropriate for an administration to set up an organization that reviewed legislation that involved intelligence and the activities of agencies that were involved in intelligence activities to independently determine whether those activities were legal and consistent with legislation?
Yes, sir. I've always believed that that was one of the functions of the Intelligence Oversight Board, which was set up in the wake of the Church and Pike Committee investigations.
Now that was, I was trying to get at that. Was then a board such as that set up?
Yes, sir, it was, about 10 years ago.
And I'm going to read to you a copy or statement of an executive order 12334, and see if you feel that this basically defines the President's Intelligence Oversight Board, which was designed to do specifically what you think is correct and probably what we all feel would be appropriate. By the authority vested in me as President of the Constitution and the statutes of the United States of America, and in order to enhance the security of the United States by assuring the legality of activities of the intelligence community, it is hereby ordered as follows. And what as follows is the creation of the President's Intelligence Oversight Board. Is that logical to you?
Yes, sir.
And it was your understanding that the purpose of the Intelligence Oversight Board was to precisely interpret the legality of past statutes to determine whether administration action would be consistent with them.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did the Intelligence Oversight Board review or look at the Boland Amendment and also at the same time give an opinion to the National Security Council on the Boland Amendment?
I have learned in recent months that they did. Yes, sir.
When you were the director of the National Security Council, you were unaware of the legal memorandum, and you're now aware of it? Is that what you're saying?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Is it your understanding now that this particular board, which was created for the purposes of rendering legal advice to the various agencies that the President had involved with intelligence, wrote, in fact, a memorandum to Oliver North?
I understand that that is true, yes.
And what is your understanding now of what that memorandum said with regard to the Boland Amendment and whether it applied and covered the National Security Council?
I believe its two salient points are that the memorandum does not apply, although it raised a potential possibility, and that was that members of the military, the Department of Defense, detailed to the National Security Council might indirectly be proscribed, and left that question open, I believe. But the second point, I believe, would be that its judgment, which was in the memorandum, was that none of Lieutenant Colonel North's activities had been illegal.
So you're saying two things, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I think it's very crucial. Number one, you're saying there was an area that was hazy, and
Yes,
this
sir.
legal memorandum mentioned that with regard to construing the Boland Amendment. And number two, they said specifically that the National Security Council was in fact not covered by the Boland Amendment.
That's correct, sir.
And it's your testimony that this organization, this commission, was set up to do the very job of interpreting legislation and guaranteeing that the activities of the executive branch was consistent to that legislation.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Is there any reason why this legal interpretation as to whether the Boland Amendment applied to the National Security Council was not shown to you?
I don't know, sir.
Now, even though it's the opinion of the organization, the attorneys in the organization, that are set up to determine consistency with legislation, even though it is their written opinion that Boland did not apply to the National Security Council, your testimony is that you believe it is.
Yes, sir, I do. It was more a common sense judgment that whether or not a scholarly reading of the law might have exempted NSC staff members, my own hearing of congressional sentiment led me to conclude that the intent of the Congress was that no one carry out activities proscribed by that act. No one in the government.
Is it your understanding that that legal memorandum that in essence told Oliver North that the NSC is not covered by Boland, is it your understanding that that memorandum was found in a safe that was under the control of Oliver North?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to what we were discussing this morning, you indicated that there is indeed a great deal of Soviet activity in Central America. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that they, the Soviet Union, and their allies have in fact shipped more military equipment to Central America than we have.
Yes, sir.
Could I conclude by that the Soviet Union is doing more in order to establish a totalitarian government in Central America than we are trying to promote democracy in Central America?
Well, surely their military activities are better funded than ours. That's true.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McFarlane.
We've now completed the questions by the principal questioners, and we turn now to other members of the panel. The chair would like to request that senators and members make every effort to limit their questions to not more than 10 minutes. Restraint would be very much appreciated so that we can move on, and we begin with Chairman Inoue.
Thank you very much. I'll try my best to stay within the 10 minutes. I'd like to briefly review the events of recent years. In fiscal 84, that's the period October the 1st, 83 to September 30th, 84, the Congress appropriated $24 million for military assistance to the Contras. However, sometime between December of 83 and February of 84, the CIA began covertly laying mines in a Nicaraguan harbor without notification to the Congress or without approval of the Congress. And about April of that year, 1984, this covert operation became public, resulting in a political firestorm on the Hill. And I believe most observers of the Congress predicted that this was the end of Contra aid, military assistance. And sure enough, when the measure came up for consideration, Boland II was enacted. During this period, and I'm certain you're referring to this, you had this to say in your opening remarks. In the meantime, the President repeatedly made clear in public and in private that he did not intend to break faith with the Contras. He directed that we help them hold body and soul together until the time when Congress would again agree to support them. Congressional restrictions made it impractical for either the Defense Department or the Central Intelligence Agency to function even as a liaison with the Contras. The State Department has always been disinclined to be associated with a covert action. But the President had made clear that he wanted a job done, and by this job, I presume it's a covert action. The net result was that the job fell to the National Security Council. Whose decision was it to assign the National Security Council to do this covert action?
I suppose it was mine, Mr. Chairman.
You decided to leave DOD and CIA and the State Department out of the picture?
In your thesis, you said who decided to assign to the NSC staff the mission of holding body and soul together and maintaining the continuity of the movement. The President's stated goal is something that each of his cabinet officers is obliged to support to the extent they can. And given that the law foreclosed supporting the President's goals by the Secretaries of Defense, the DCI, and putatively State Department, there's no one else left.
And I would presume from your responses to Congressman Boland that you advised the President on whatever you were doing.
Yes, sir.
Now, going to the next page, you say, I did make a special point of stressing to my staff that we were to operate at all times within the law, and that in particular we were not to solicit, encourage, coerce, or otherwise broker financial contributions to the Contras. I took this to be the Congress's foremost concern. By that, am I correct to assume that you considered the solicitation of funds to be illegal?
Yes, sir.
In this instance, as in all others, the rule of law had to govern national policy as well as our actions in support of it. Now I'd like to look into the matter of solicitation. When the President was notified of the first contribution from Country 2, that's in July of 1984, of $1 million a month, did the President object, or was he shocked by this news?
No, sir. I took the reaction to be one of gratitude and satisfaction.
Now we come to the second contribution, which came about during the Boland II period, March of 1985. This came from Country 2 again. Did the President object to this?
No, sir. His reaction was essentially the same as it had been in '84.
By prior arrangement and agreement with the administration, we have tried our best not to identify Country 2. But Country 2 is about 12,000 miles from Nicaragua, isn't it? Halfway
Yes,
around
sir.
the world.
Yes, sir.
In fact, Country 2 doesn't consider Central America as being essential. In fact, it has no diplomatic relations with any country in Central America. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Would it be correct to say that Country 2 has never been threatened by the Sandinistas?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think your point is quite right. I don't rebut it, but note for the record that Country 2 is in the immediate environs of another country on which we cooperate in an analogous fashion. And that country doesn't threaten us. It's 12,000 miles away. But we do it because we see a national interest in it. And they are not analogous quite And yet it doesn't seem to me unreasonable that they might see the mutuality of benefit served by cooperation generally.
Now, there is an organization in that area called the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO.
Yes, sir.
The PLO has publicly supported the Sandinistas.
Yes, sir.
And Country 2 has been extremely sensitive to the policies of the PLO.
Yes, sir.
In fact, at times, deathly afraid of the PLO.
I think that's true. Yes, sir.
And yet, Country 2 decided to provide assistance to the enemies of the Sandinista.
Yes, sir.
Has Country 2 ever contributed to the Contras prior to the first contribution?
I know of no prior contribution, sir.
And it is true that the well-being of Country 2 is very much dependent upon good relations with the United States.
Yes, sir.
They receive much of their arms, they purchase much of their arms, sophisticated weaponry from the United States.
Yes, sir.
And we happen to be, I think, their best customer for their products.
Yes, sir.
Don't you believe that under those circumstances, when an official of the government of the United States would go to the ambassador of Country 2 and say that the President looks upon the Contras as a high priority matter, that assistance to this country is very essential to us, that it would be much more than a mere solicitation?
I think, Mr. Chairman, that any responsible official has an obligation to acknowledge that every country in the world will see benefit to itself by ingratiating itself to the United States. And because that's true, every diplomat has to be very cautious about seeking a favor from anyone, because they will certainly gain leverage on us through that process.
In fact, would you say that Country 2 was literally forced to make this contribution?
In no sense, no, sir.
You describe this as a solicitation per se, I believe.
No, sir, I have not.
In your testimony, I think you used that word, solicitation per se.
Well, I had thought, I may be in error, that I said it was not per se a solicitation.
I ask this because in your statement you made it very clear to your staff that thou shalt not solicit, coerce, or in any way broker financial arrangements with other countries.
Yes, sir.
And your response was solicitation was illegal.
Yes, sir, I did. I do think it's important, Mr. Chairman, to first of all make clear that prior to October of 1984, it was not illegal, although I did not do it anyway. And when I instructed my staff not to solicit, encourage, coerce, or broker, was when it became illegal to do so, in October of '84.
Contribution number 2 was after October '84, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
So that was illegal?
If it had been solicited, it would have been.
And you are still maintaining that even under those circumstances, it was not a solicitation?
I do, sir, and I believe that were it feasible for the Country 2 officials to comment, that they would do so.
You, in response to my inquiry, used the word that countries would be wise to ingratiate themselves. That's the word used, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
What was the quid for the quo in this case?
I don't believe there was any quid, Mr. Chairman. Surely
Nothing?
we were vulnerable to the possibility that one day a quid pro quo would be asked or urged, but to my knowledge, none occurred.
No special sale of certain weapon systems?
No, sir, and I have seen stories to that effect, and I believe that it may be perhaps useful to set the record straight. For example, in June of 1984, before this meeting with the foreign official occurred, we were traveling, the President, Secretary of State, and I, to London for the economic summit. And as you may recall, at the time, Iran was posturing about what it might do to interdict the flow of shipping in and out of the Gulf. And a country in the area asked whether we might be of assistance, and the President made a decision to allow an emergency shipment under his authority and law to that country. We did so. There had never been any discussion of this separate Contra issue with that country.
What was the quid for the quo in the case of the recently found $10 million?
I don't know, sir. I was not in the government when that occurred.
No one has ever advised you what the quid was for this quo?
No, sir, I don't know.
Did you feel that it was your duty and responsibility to report to the President on the first contribution?
Yes, sir.
On the second contribution?
Yes, sir.
Did you also feel that the President should be notified because of his deep concern for the body and soul of the Contras?
Yes, sir.
That he would be interested in any sort of assistance?
Yes, sir.
If that is the case, why wasn't he notified about the diversion?
Again, Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I wasn't in the administration at the time. I operated under the assumption that he had been, or at least that the decision to do it was approved as part of the normal process, and I was wrong, but I didn't know that.
If you were in charge at that time, would you have notified the President of the diversion?
I would not have allowed the diversion to occur.
Assuming that it did.
Yes, sir, I would.
Did you, during your term as director, advise the President of some of the extraordinary activities of Colonel North?
Well, I think I did make clear to the President that Colonel North was a very tireless, very hardworking, devoted officer. That's true.
I notice that my time is up, and I want to set an example for the rest of my colleagues. I still have 60 seconds left. On line 1122 of your testimony today on page 50, again, I don't wish to pretend or be disingenuous. There was some solicitation per se. Thank you very much, sir.
I'd like to take advantage of your mention of it, Mr. Chairman. That sounds to me like either I have not been very articulate or it was mistranscribed, but I appreciate your bringing it to my attention.
Mr. Cheney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarlane, it's been a long 3 days, I know, and your testimony has been very helpful to the committee, and I know there are a great many of us who want to thank you not only for your cooperation here today, but for your past service to the country.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be very brief. I think much of the material that I was interested in was covered this morning, and I thought the broader questions you mentioned, the broader issues that you mentioned in your opening statement you'd like to cover, I think have been well covered this morning, especially in terms of the congressional contribution to the confusion that's existed over Central American policy. I just have a couple of points I'd like to touch on. One of the charges that's been made is that once we set up, or once the administration set up or cooperated with, if you will, or acquiesced in a private support network such as that described by General Secord, that somehow this involved the participants in the usurpation of authority, that they were taking authority unto themselves that belonged to the National Security Council members, Secretary of State, or the President, and somehow carrying out a policy that was in conflict with administration policy. Could you comment on that view?
Sir, it seems to me that the activities that are reported to have occurred through this outside network included providing financial assistance, military assistance and weapons, perhaps training, transportation, intelligence, basically the family of support essential to the promotion of their own defense and to creating pressure on the Sandinista government, both of which are policy objectives of the United States. So it seems to me they were consistent with U.S. policy.
That certainly was my conclusion from the facts as we know them to date as well. What is your general feeling, if you'd care to state it, about the way Colonel North and Admiral Poindexter were treated last November once all of these developments became public?
Well, it seems to me that they were treated improperly in the sense that, having delivered devoted service, and before I think there could be clear, conclusive evidence of illegal activity, they were rather summarily put aside, and I believe that that cast an image over them that they did not deserve.
With respect to the private venture, if you will, especially concerning support for the Contras, some of us who are strong supporters of the Contras and who've worked with you when you were in your official capacity at the White House and with others over the years to try to build public support for the Contras and congressional support, who were delighted when Congress reversed itself last year and approved military aid, nonetheless are faced with a bit of dilemma. On the one hand, I think we are pleased, certainly speaking for myself, pleased that the Contras survived that interim period when the Boland Amendment prohibited official U.S. military support, that they were there to be supported in 1986 when Congress reversed itself and repealed the Boland Amendment. But on the other hand, concerned that the private action which made it possible for them to survive may also have generated the kind of controversy and opposition that we're faced with today, such that we'll find it difficult to get congressional approval for any extension of that support. Was that issue ever discussed within the administration? Was there ever any consideration of the possibility of a trade-off between short-term survival for the Contras and the possibility of the long-term congressionally approved policy of support?
There wasn't, Mr. Cheney, and there should have been, but there wasn't.
No discussion of the possibility of what would happen if the private efforts were disclosed?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you have any reason to believe that those kinds of facts might have been considered by somebody else other than yourself? Certainly you would have been involved in such a discussion had it occurred, I would think.
Well, I did give it quite a lot of discussion or personal reflection, but I couldn't say that there was discussion between me and the President or the Chief of Staff.
Okay. Did you assume the activity could be kept secret?
I thought it unlikely that it could be permanently kept secret. No, few things can.
Final general category, and I'm going to do my best to beat Chairman Inouye's record for time here this afternoon. Do I get some points for that, Mr. Chairman? All right. Tower Commission made a number of recommendations, a series of findings, but also, I think in one of its most significant sections, argued rather persuasively, in my opinion, against the notion that somehow these events require us now to legislate new restrictions on presidential power and authority. In effect, the Tower Commission seems to say rather forthrightly that the last thing Congress needs to do is now to move in and try to write legislation that will somehow prohibit this kind of event from ever occurring again. I'd be curious as to what your views are on that subject. Do you think that the committee, based upon your extensive experience in government, ought to come forward with some new recommendations, some new limitations on the President's power to undertake covert action? Is that sort of thing appropriate in light of the events that have occurred?
Well, Mr. Cheney, I think that it is very understandable why the Congress at this point would take that approach. We have had a horrible breach of the relationship between the executive and the President and the Congress. And because the only instrument at the disposal of the Congress is to write legislation, that is the natural tendency. I think it is the wrong one, for it has been the trend toward seeking to limit or influence policy in some fashion by law that has created a condition of inflexibility that blocks out the very kind of flexibility that is so essential to effective diplomacy and even the use of force, nonviolently or otherwise. What to do? I think the executive must acknowledge error, and beyond that, instead of doing the same thing, seek earnestly to engender the kind of mutually respectful discourse that can lead us to forge policy that both branches can, if not endorse, accept. That ultimately requires that the human beings charged with doing that indeed respect the value of that process and practice it. And it will be a giant test of statesmanship on the part of the Congress, whether they can resist the understandable impulse to move in the legislative direction, but I think it would be very unwise to do so.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Senator Rudman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to abide by the Chairman's clock, which I thought might be a Hawaiian clock and tick a bit more slowly, but I see it ticks 60 seconds to the minute. Mr. McFarlane, I want to just go over 3 or 4 items of testimony that you have testified to, and I'd like to be brief in my questions, and within the 10-minute rule, if you could be brief in your answers, I'll try to phrase them in such a way. First, to follow on Representative Boland's examination of you earlier today. He asked you a question at the end of a long series of questions, and the question was, did you ever give the President reports on what you and your staff were doing to carry out his wishes? Your answer to that, I think you recall. My question is, based on your general testimony here, that you did have concerns about whether Colonel North was crossing the line that you had set for your people. Did you ever inform the President of North's activities to the extent that there were some activities that you were concerned might be crossing the line?
I remember that I was periodically concerned about the almost certain temptation to raise money that would come up whenever Ali would go out and talk to groups throughout the country. It would have been silly not to expect that that would happen. And so I would mention occasionally that Ali was doing quite a lot of speaking around the country, and that it was clear there was a lot of sentiment in support of the Contras, but that was proscribed, and we had to be very careful not to do that, and that I was telling the staff not to.
I guess my question is, did you ever give the President any cause for alarm in his mind as the President that people who work for him might be doing things that proscribed by the Congress?
No, sir. The President, in fact, would often provide his own views on that subject generically, and there's no doubt in my mind that he had a far more liberal interpretation of that than I did, I think, but that I was making sure that things, as far as I knew or could tell, didn't go beyond the law.
All right, on a separate matter, testifying in the afternoon of the first day of your appearance here, you were asked by Mr. Lyman about the conflicts in policy within the administration with the Congress. You were asked a question about that conflict. You answered. It was a fairly long answer. Let me just read to you the appropriate part at the end of that answer. And you'll remember the context, I know. You said, and the State Department is basically indifferent about it, although I would have to say Mr. Abrams was not indifferent about it. And then you go on. What did you mean by that, and what was Secretary Abrams' involvement on any kind of a basis with Colonel North, what was going on here, considering that they both were part of the rig, to use the acronym?
Well, I made the comment not on the basis of expert knowledge so much as to not appear to be flaccid given all of the public reporting on the high degree of Mr. Abrams' activity in recent times. Actually, he did not serve for very long when I was in office, so we had no really coterminous period for me to reach judgments about that. He was Assistant Secretary for Human Rights when I was in office.
So you have no specific knowledge of his specific activities as they relate to activities that were carried on by Colonel North?
No, sir, I don't really. There was a very brief window where he was in office, and I respect the man. I think he is a very solid analyst.
The next question I have relates to your 3x5 cards that you would occasionally put in the President's briefing book. That raised a very interesting question in my mind. Mr. McFarlane, when you were the National Security Advisor, did you ever have difficulty in seeing the President one-on-one to talk about things you wanted to tell him that you wanted no one else in the staff to hear about?
Yes, sir.
And who was it that made it difficult for you to see the President one-on-one?
Sir, there are aspects of that I think, and I'm not being silly about it, some of the nature of what it is important that I have direct access to the President about is sensitive. And I'd be glad to pursue it in a closed session, though.
Well, what I'm asking you, we don't need a closed session about. I'm simply asking you, and I know that you've been very polite, you've been very careful not to offend people who don't deserve being offended, but my question's kind of direct, and I expect a rather direct answer. I'm asking you, as the National Security Advisor to the President of the United States, who on his staff kept you from seeing the President one-on-one any time you wanted to? No one can criticize you, Mr. McFarlane, for answering a direct question posed by a congressional committee under oath.
Trying to be objective, and I think that I cannot cite you an example when I was ever denied access to the President when I wanted it.
So you will change your previous answer given 3 questions ago. You will now answer that you were not denied access to the President of the United States when you wanted to see him as National Security Advisor, to talk to him one-on-one.
No, sir. My intention is to express that I knew that there were limits and that I shouldn't exceed those limits, and I didn't exceed those limits, and I think probably that is appropriate, that there be limits.
Well, let me ask you just one last question I'd point to. The Chief of Staff of the White House, Mr. Reagan, occasionally make it difficult for you to see the President one-on-one whenever you wanted to see him?
I wouldn't say that is a general practice, no.
Well, glad to have that on the record. That's not the popular notion. I have a last question, which I have about 2.5 more minutes. I'm going to go through it rather quickly, but it's important. So I will just make some statements here and just ask if you would agree that they're right. You're familiar with Exhibit 38A involving the DEA caper?
Yes, sir.
That describes a plan to bribe some people to free 2 hostages for $1 million apiece.
Yes, sir.
You approved it,
The Attorney General approved it.
and the Attorney General approved it. You both approved it. It
Yes, sir.
involved the use of a couple of agents and some ransom money to be supplied by Ross Perot, if he was willing to provide it.
Yes, sir.
Was that an intelligence activity? And if it wasn't, what kind of an activity was it?
Well, it wasn't intelligence in the context of gathering intelligence. It was within the scope of the 47 Act concerning
That's my question.
the building of the CIA.
It was
yes.
within that scope, was it not?
I think it was, yes.
And in fact, Oliver North tried to carry this out, which was a policy that had been approved by you, and in fact, there was $200,000 used to try to start the process.
That's correct, sir.
And on the face of that memoranda, there is a acknowledgement that the Attorney General of the United States, Mr. Meese, who you probably discussed it with since DEA was under his jurisdiction, approved it.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was a finding ever signed for this activity?
No, sir.
Were congressional committees, House or Senate Intelligence Committees, ever notified of this activity?
No, sir.
Should they have been?
No, sir.
Tell me why.
I will. It is more than passing strange to me that we cannot aspire to a policy which is more effective to deal with terrorism. Now, it is undeniable that some countries are good at it, and they are good because terrorists know that whenever they commit terrorism against Israel, something, somehow, somewhere is going to happen. Now, it may not always be arms, it may not be preemptive attack, it may be negotiation, it may be bribing, but you can be goddamn sure if any Israeli's caught, he's going to have his government going after the people who did it. Now, that is to be a differentiated approach. Now, I don't pretend that in the United States we can pursue that, and the reason we cannot is because we must have a policy at all times compatible with American values, and I agree to that. But I believe that our government must have the gumption enough to be able to differentiate between those terrorist events which are susceptible to violence and those which are not.
So if I understand your answer, it fell within the parameters of the Act. There was no finding, but you believe it was so sensitive that there should not have been a notification, even though the law might have required it, which I guess
sir, I don't feel that way at all. You're
well, then
contorting
I don't
what
understand
I said.
your answer, Mr. McFarlane.
I don't think you do either. My answer was that the kind of activity that the DEA people undertook normally would also fit the description of activities the CIA undertakes, or the FBI, or the Army on occasion with special trained units. None of those others operate to report to the Congress either. My point was simply to say
so
that
your suggestion is that if there is ambiguity in that law ought to be changed.
that wasn't my point.
Your point was that a finding was required. There was no finding. There was no notification. Mr. McFarlane, I'm not
finding
being
would have
critical.
been required if
I'm
it had
just
been
trying to find out how this
undertaken by
happened.
the CIA.
There was a finding?
No, there wasn't a finding.
All right. Well, I think we have your answer, and I understand how
Nor
deeply
was a
you
finding
feel about
appropriate. The CIA did not undertake to do anything.
Well, of course, that would always give rise to the possibility that things that the CIA might normally do might be delegated to some other part of the government by people who are unscrupulous. Certainly not you, Mr. McFarlane, by others who are unscrupulous, might delegate it to someone and therefore evade the reporting requirements. That's something I would assume concerns you as much as it concerns us.
It does, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes the Vice Chairman of this House Select Committee, Mr. Fassell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarlane, you stated earlier, I believe that you didn't know anything about the letter that went under your signature on November 19th, 1985 to General Secord. Am I correct?
If you'd indulge me, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hamilton, I apologize for my intemperance, and to Mr. Rudman as well. Would you repeat that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. November 19th, 1985, a letter under your signature was sent to General Secord, and I believe you testified earlier you were not aware of that letter.
No, sir, I was not.
And the testimony was that it was signed by Colonel North. Did you authorize Colonel North to sign documents in your name?
No, sir, there were two people, I believe, who were authorized to sign in my absence, the Executive Secretary and Admiral Poindexter, and I have no recollection of this being something that were discussed. I wouldn't pretend that if Ollie and I discussed something and he said, "Can I say you did this?" We didn't do that occasionally, but I don't recall any such thing here.
But as a general practice, it would not be up to Colonel North to sign documents using your name. It would be your deputy or a designated individual.
Yes, sir.
Now, the purpose of that letter was to ask General Secord to once again help out. As a matter of fact, he'd been helping out since the summer of 1984, as it turns out, according to the record, in a variety of things. Let me ask you this. During your time in office, who did you take your instructions from?
From the President and from the National Security Council informal session.
And on a day-to-day basis, besides meeting with your staff at the 7:30 in the morning meeting, did you have any other regular meetings?
Yes, sir, we had a weekly meeting on Wednesday afternoon of the entire staff.
Now, with respect to the transfer of arms to Iran, it's quite clear, at least to me from the record, that this was a national policy.
Yes, sir.
And that while it was necessary in the judgment of the administration to keep that a secret, there was nothing illegal about that in your mind, was there?
No, sir.
Now, did Colonel North have the responsibility both for the Iran account and the Contra account in the NSC?
He did not have the Iran account in the context of being the Middle East, a member of the Middle East Task Force. He was assigned this part of the Iran account in connection with counterterrorism and so forth.
An additional operational responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Was that your sole decision, or was that a NSC decision, or how was that decision made?
It was my decision, sir.
Was that with or without the concurrence of the CIA?
They were fully witting of it and without opposition to my knowledge.
Now, did Colonel North have full authority to call on any agency of the United States government for any help he sought?
No, sir. He was responsible for checking with myself or Admiral Poindexter before doing that.
So that if he called on the CIA for some kind of assistance, that would be a matter of approval within the NSC itself, or at least top echelon.
Yes, sir.
And if he called on DOD?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the provision of the weapons that were actually transferred to CIA, that decision was an NSC decision, was it not?
Yes, sir. It's after I left government, but I have read that it was.
Now, you were a director from what, sometime in '83 until December 31st of '85?
Yes, sir. October '83 to December '85.
Now, you've taken an unusual share of responsibility, it seems to me, for what has transpired here in these events. Yet it's your conviction that as far as the policy is concerned with respect to the transfer of arms to Iran, there was nothing illegal about that.
No, sir.
And you're prepared to take the full responsibility, as I understand, for whatever went wrong,
Yes,
whatever
sir.
that was. But you didn't leak the story.
No, sir.
So from the standpoint of policy, the only thing that went wrong is it became public.
Well, that's generous, Mr. Chairman, but I think there were some other things that went wrong. The idea of trying to establish communications with any sensible people in Iran seems to me today to be a good idea. It was tried for 3 months and found premature. At that time, I think it should have been stopped, but it
Well,
wasn't.
you wanted it stopped, didn't you
Yes,
not?
sir.
You
Yes, sir.
objected to it, as
Yes,
I
sir.
understand your position. Now, after you were out of government, you were, in effect, called back to help out with this project.
Yes, sir.
And it couldn't have been against your better judgment. You did it as a matter of duty to serve your country. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, why did you resign?
Well, the 3 reasons that I've given usually are that it seemed to me the
Well, let's give the unusual reason, Mr. McFarlane. This is the time to tell them.
The organization of the administration for the conduct of foreign policy is, I believe, intrinsically unworkable. And it seems to me that though I believe a process called cabinet government can be a good one, as it is practiced in this administration, it is undermined. To explain, I believe that in any administration that there must be one person who has the knowledge and the full backing of the President to be the advocate, conceptual, creator of, and implementer of foreign policy, and it should be the Secretary of State. I believe, however, that as it is practiced here, wherein the Department of State also is responsible for the interdepartmental managerial role of bringing state, defense, CIA, the Joint Chiefs, and others together, has been manifestly unworkable. And that is because those other departments see themselves as co-equals, and when they disagree, can paralyze the process simply by not coming to the meeting or coming and opposing whatever's going on. And I believe because of that, that the NSC, staffed by basically bureaucrats, but people responsible for bringing disagreement out of the cabinet departments, writing it down and giving it to the President to decide. Otherwise, your system will be paralyzed.
Well, in other words, also, it makes it possible for an agency or a strong cabinet official or a director to go around what you're charged with doing.
That's right, sir.
As a matter of fact, the question has been raised many times, for example, why would Secord visit with Casey? And was he getting his instructions from you? No. He was working with Ollie North. But was he really working for the director of the CIA?
That's possible, yes, sir.
Now,
I have a
you
theory
were
about that.
involuntarily drawn into this as I see it, but you tell me whether you were or not. Secord was called in for a variety of matters starting in September of 1984 and finally get down to the crunch point of November 1985. He's given a letter which is, I believe he admitted, was a symbol of authority for him to operate. Now, if he didn't operate under your direction, whose direction did he operate under?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have some ideas on that. They are my own and speculative and unsupported by documentation, so I don't think they're terribly relevant, but that's all it is.
Well, I'd like to hear your best guess then.
I think there's a high probability that he accepted the judgment of a cabinet officer as sufficient for him to believe credibility that he was working for administration policy, for the director in short.
Now, Mr. McFarlane, when you resigned and went over to CSIS, I believe it is, right?
Yes, sir.
You were in constant touch with somebody. You had one of those special machines. Ollie North was assigned to you. You were not in government. Ollie North, I guess, was in uniform, technically assigned to the Marines. What were you guys doing with the government? I mean, what was your role? What was your position? You were still technically, what, at that point? Were you an
Nothing.
officer?
No, sir.
You were not an officer under command. You were not a civilian employee.
No, sir.
But you had with you your trusted deputy and friend who was still in the military.
Well, I didn't. No, sir. I think, honestly, that my own status was not different from dozens of others who have been outside the government, but frequently consulted by people within the government. One imagines in generations past, Clark Clifford or of that kind. I don't aspire to be on that scale of counselor, but it isn't uncommon for people outside government to advise people within it. Colonel North had no formal or informal, really, affiliation with me. He would occasionally come to me for advice on personal matters and solving bureaucratic problems and so forth.
Well, were you keeping contact on a day-to-day basis with what was going on, even though you were outside the government?
Well, not really, sir. There were probably a dozen or so in the, whatever it is, 1 year period after I left government. Telephone calls, occasionally two. But you know, that's an interesting thing, Mr. Chairman. I guess it's understandable, but in the context of these hearings, those 12 things spread over the pace of a year have achieved quite a lot of importance. I accept that, but those within the government were having hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and my own exposure to it was not real time, I would say.
Did you know anything about Colonel North's fundraising activities?
When I was in the government, no, sir.
How about when you were out of the government?
I suspected it. I never knew he was raising from private groups in this country, if that is the case, sir.
So you didn't know about the White House meetings with contributors?
I knew about contributors, well, no, I didn't, coming to the White House. I knew that there were people that were of conservative community that would come to the White House. I did not sponsor those visits. Others did, and it seemed to me that they were probably for political purpose.
Well, certainly it seems that way with regard to Mr. Channel and Mr. Miller and
Yes,
their
sir.
organizations. But you didn't know anything about that.
No, sir.
And yet, during the period of time that this was going on, part of it at least, you were in office, Ollie North was your deputy, he was extensively involved in all of that, kept you informed every day, 7:30, exhaustively, but he just didn't tell you.
No, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McFarlane, you testified that Colonel North told you there's going to be a shredding party, and you said that the comment occurred either in your car shortly after noon on Friday, November 21st, 1986, or at a meeting in your office shortly after noon on Sunday, November 23rd. Is that correct? You recall that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the clear meaning of the words there's going to be a shredding party suggests that the shredding has not yet occurred, but is an event to occur in the future. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
So that if, in fact, Colonel North held his shredding party on that Friday night, that would indicate that his comment about shredding was made to you on Friday in the meeting in your car. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Now, on that same Friday and on the following Monday, you met with the Attorney General who questioned you about these events. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, what did you understand Colonel North to mean when he said to you, there's going to be a shredding party?
Well, I think the obvious point that there was going to be the destruction of some documents.
Right. As you testified today, do you know what obstruction of justice is?
Yes, sir.
Did you know last November when these events occurred what obstruction of justice is?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you didn't try to persuade Colonel North not to have a shredding party, even though you're close to him, he's your former subordinate, you share a lot in common, you're an obviously important person in his life. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't tell the Attorney General of the United States about it, did you, even though he questioned you about these events with respect to which the documents were to be destroyed? Isn't that correct?
No, sir. On your last question, Senator Mitchell, the response that I gave Colonel North was simply, Ollie, look, you have acted under instruction at all times, and I'm confident that you have nothing to worry about. Let it all happen,
Right.
and I'll back you up.
But you didn't try to persuade him not to destroy documents, did you?
No, sir, I didn't, but I think it is worth noting, at least, that if his reason for saying that to me was his sense of obligation to me, to protect me, for me to disarm him of any notion that he had to protect me, might have eliminated that impulse.
Well, you've had an impressive record, Mr. McFarlane. You've displayed great personal courage. You've devoted your life to your country. And I speak only for myself, but I'm sure others feel the same way, moved by your circumstance. But I feel constrained to ask you, as you sit here today, what do you feel the obligation of an American citizen is when he learns that a crime may be about to occur?
He should seek to prevent it.
Did you do that in this case?
Not well enough.
Now, throughout these proceedings, you have assumed a willingness to accept responsibility. Indeed, it's been at times an eagerness, an anxiousness to accept responsibility. You've said on several occasions, I am responsible. But in each instance, it has been in a general sense. When the questioning has dealt with specific events, you have been far less willing to acknowledge responsibility there. Mr. Niels devoted a great deal of time to developing the evidence in that regard, and others did. So I'm not going to review the evidence.
Could we, please?
Well,
I
that
think
would
it's
take a
worthwhile,
long time.
Senator
You may
Mitchell.
do so in your responses. Why don't I leave it that way? But I'm going to ask a conclusory statement regarding those events. First, the chronology. Isn't it true, Mr. McFarlane, that you and Colonel North and other officials deliberately falsified the chronology, you particularly with respect to the question of whether or not the President had authorized the shipment of tows from Israel to Iran in August of 1985?
No, sir, it is not.
Right. Isn't it true with respect to the activities of the staff as reported to Congress? Isn't it true that you participated in a deliberate misleading of Congress regarding the activities of the NSC staff?
I think I did not give as full an answer as I should have.
Now, that's not my question. I know you've said that. You've used the phrase too categorical. I'm asking you a direct question. Isn't it true that you deliberately misled the Congress regarding the nature and extent of the activities by members of your staff?
I just don't see it in exactly the same terms as you, Senator Mitchell.
Isn't it true that notwithstanding your statements to your staff about fundraising, that you participated in fundraising? Indeed, the one country which you directly solicited country to was the country which provided most of the money that was received.
None of what you have said is accurate, Senator Mitchell. I've pointed out that the time when the foreign government contributed that first increment, there was no prohibition in law at all about that.
Isn't it true that you misled the Attorney General in your meetings with him regarding the state of your knowledge, and most specifically regarding your knowledge about the November 1985 shipment of hawks from Israel to Iran?
Senator Mitchell, that is categorically false. May I please give a correct answer?
Yes.
A full answer? You know, this is very important and very, very disappointing for someone who is trying here today to promote the idea of consulting with the Congress and cooperating with it. Now, here today, I believe honestly, in an effort to cooperate, what have we had? I think Mr. Niels, conscientiously, wanting to give me a fair opportunity to answer questions, has gone through interrogation which has left a fundamentally false impression and deliberately withheld information. I can't have any other interpretation. For example, on this November 18th episode concerning the Senator's question of misleading the Attorney General about hawk shipments, your point was, after dozens of questions, to reach the conclusion that I had spent a full week working on the chronology and had not apparently come to the conclusion that there had been a hawk shipment involved. Well, surely you must have gone to the trouble of finding out that in that week that you suggest, from the 14th through the 21st of November, I was out of Washington, D.C. for 5 days. How is it that I could have spent a week working on the chronology when I wasn't even in the city? Secondly, if you'll turn to exhibit number 59, you see that at the end of that entire process, I still did not have command of whatever must have taken place regarding the sale of Hawk missiles. I put that formally in a note to my successor and quote, I spent a couple of hours today with Ed Meese going over the record with him. The only blind spot on my part concerned a shipment in November '85, which still doesn't ring a bell with me. Now that is on Friday afternoon, November the 21st. The time that I spent contributing to that chronology was basically the evening of Wednesday night for a period, or Tuesday night, of about 3 hours, almost all of which was spent in working on the opening statement, not the chronology at all. The basic document used for the testimony against me was something that I did not foremostly rely upon, but yet another one which I take it has not been introduced into evidence. Now, I'll be glad to answer questions all day, but is it not so that there has been until this moment the impression in this committee that I was involved importantly, continuously, for sustained periods in the preparation of the chronology, when in fact it's a matter of perhaps minutes or hours at most?
No, Mr. McFarlane, the record as developed by Mr. Niels yesterday will speak for itself. You've obviously expressed a view, I'll express my view that the evidence is clear and convincing, indeed it is overwhelming, that you did in fact deliberately participate in the falsification of a portion of that chronology. And I limited my remarks to that aspect of it, dealing with the knowledge that you had of the President's prior authorization of that first shipment. And I think no conclusion is possible other than that which I've expressed on a reading of those documents. I won't try to rehash them here. With respect to the question of the Attorney General, again, I refer you to the notes taken by Mr. Cooper, who recounts your statements made at the time regarding your knowledge of the Hawk shipment in November, which were directly contradicted repeatedly through documents and statements made by you prior to then.
Well, Senator Mitchell, if you rely on that set of notes from Mr. Cooper with such importance and credibility for that, How is it you can't take the equally valid point of his, I take it, in those notes to the effect that Israel could come for replacements? I mean,
I haven't
think,
disputed that point, Mr. McFarlane. I haven't even raised that point. So
well, that is the nature of the decision which the President made.
Yeah. But he says in here, November Hawks, M, meaning you, thinks he first learned of it when briefed for trip to Iran in May. It's obviously untrue, isn't it? You
At
first
the time, that is what I could recall, and I said so in a note back to Poindexter. It simply was not something in my mind. Recall now that I was out of the country with the President at the summit in Geneva.
And then in his notes he says November 16th to 17th, at summit in Geneva, learned that Israel had shipped oil equipment. You'd known for many months that Israel had not shipped oil equipment.
Has it occurred to you that perhaps during that very week of November '86, when this chronology was being put together, that I was again encouraged to believe that it really was oil parts?
Well, I just want to say that the tactic of assuming general responsibility while denying any responsibility for specific events is not uncommon. You are not the first person to use that, nor will you be the last.
And I challenge that that is the position I've taken.
My point is that no penalty attaches for assumptions of general responsibility, whereas we all know specific penalties do attach for specific events. And as I said, I believe the record will speak for itself. I'd like to ask you one other question regarding your trip with Mr. North in your car. Did Mr. North say to you during that trip words similar to, I don't want to see either you or the President to be hurt by this?
He did at some point, either in the car or elsewhere.
No. You visited Tehran in May of 1986, Mr. McFarlane. Was that your first visit to Iran?
Yes, sir.
No. I'd like to, do I have time, Mr. Chairman, for any further questioning?
Your time has expired, sir.
Well, then I will not get a chance to ask any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McFarlane.
Thank you. Congressman Broomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bud, over the years, you've made a great deal, many friends here in Congress, and I might say on both sides of the aisle. And I also bet that you've made a lot of people happy around the country because of the way you've handled yourself before the panel. I'm not going to repeat the details of your lifetime patriotic and dedicated service to our country. Suffice to say, it's a record every American can appreciate and for which you can be very proud. You've indicated you've made some mistakes, as all of us have, but few of us will be willing to bare our souls so openly and candidly before this committee and the entire nation as you have, and I'm proud of you, Bud. I appreciate the honest effort you've made to correct the record on what transpired and the fact that you have come forward voluntarily to tell us what you know. Unlike a number of other witnesses from whom we will hear, you did not ask that we grant you immunity in exchange for telling the truth. You have told us what happened to the best of your recollection, and you have accepted full responsibility for that action. As I've noted the other day, I don't think it's fair to leave the impression that those actions were taken in a vacuum. I hope your forthright attitude toward this committee will serve as an example for others who will follow. Now, Bud, I want to ask you a question that the Congress and the executive branch have occasionally had difficulties with congressional oversights on sensitive covert activities. The executive branch wants to inform as few people as possible in Congress so that secret operations will remain secret. The Congress, of course, wants to ensure that it's aware of every sensitive covert action so that Congress can carry out its important oversight and funding duties. It appears, however, that everyone agrees that for the most covert activities, the regular ones, the current practice of informing the two intelligence committees worked pretty well. But there is a lingering concern about what we could call super-sensitive covert actions. Would it be fair, quid pro quo between the two branches, to change the law to provide that the President can never totally withhold notices to Congress of a covert operation, but he can, when he deems essential, to the security of a supersensitive covert operation inform what we would call the so-called Gang of Four. That is, the Speaker, the Minority Leader in the House of Representatives, and the Minority and Majority Leaders in the Senate. Would you comment on that suggestion?
Mr. Broomfield, I think that that formula expresses the intent of the Congress and current law, and it seems to me that it is a sensible approach. I'd have to say that that approach, if tried, might have prevented what we've experienced here, but I think it is a sensible approach.
On April 27th, 1983, President Reagan addressed Congress and clearly stated his policy goals and objectives in Central America. Assistance to the Contras, the Nicaraguan democratic resistance, was an important element in the implementation of those policy objectives. As the National Security Advisor, what were in your mind the strategic and tactical reasons to force the President to change that policy in Central America?
I'd be glad to give you a more thoughtful answer. That would take quite a long time, but I think the President understood the significant precedential importance of being able to turn around the advance of Soviet influence in this hemisphere. And I think as well he has a very strong personal attachment to movements aspiring to pluralism and democracy. These are the foremost reasons. There are others.
But getting back to the National Security Council itself, it seems to me one of the main problems that we got involved in, or the administration did, was that the NSC was really involved in the operational end of this thing.
Yes, sir.
Now, how do you look at that? In other words, don't you think that there ought to be a change in the policy whereby that we get back to the traditional using the State Department, DOD, and CIA rather than having this operate out of the basement of the White House?
I think that's true, and that not only is our members of the NSC staff not equipped in terms of experience and knowledge to do that kind of thing, they're overtaxed in terms of other responsibilities which they ought to be doing. And operational responsibilities ought to be reserved to the cabinet agencies and to the CIA. I think that there is a very, very narrow, I think 0.1% of the diplomatic agenda that can occasionally justify a contact or two when both secrecy and the clear involvement of the highest level of our country is required. Even when that happens, I think the Secretary of State should be involved and concur.
It's my understanding that President Reagan has already instructed, and Frank Carlucci, the new National Security Advisor, has put this new policy into effect there, that they will not have the operational covert activities operating out of the White House. That's my understanding anyway.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any compensation from the U.S. or anyone else for your services in the Iran initiative after you left office in December of 1985?
No, sir.
Why did you volunteer your time, effort, and services for the Iran initiative after you were out of office?
Well, it seemed to me that there were several reasons, but one of them was the possibility that it might indeed work, that this was a turning of a page to a diplomatic agenda. Another reason was that it would be so evident that it would not work, that coming back with the added credibility that associates with first-hand contact with high Iranian officials might make it more persuasive to the President to turn it off than I had been in December. Finally, I did it because I was asked to do it. I've been doing that for 30 years.
Bud, finally, one question, still a lingering one, and I think it follows up on Chairman Fassel's question about when you quit as National Security Advisor? Was there one single thing, or was it a combination of many things that brought this about in your mind, that you felt that you had to resign? Was it the Iran problem, or was there some other foreign policy problems that you didn't agree with?
Mr. Broomfield, I think that this country has had opportunities for advancing stability in the world in the last few years that deserve to be exploited. Many of them have. But that the way in which the process worked suggested to me that I wasn't a material factor in whether they succeeded better or not. Some of that was rationalization, though. I think perhaps if I had stayed that I could have prevented this, and I'm sorry for that. But it wasn't just one factor. It was a lot of things.
Was the diversion of funds a key question in there?
No, sir. I didn't have anything to do with it. I am sorry for my outburst here earlier today, but I got to tell you, you run a real risk in that kind of thing. You know, people don't volunteer to come in and work for the government for these wonderful wages and occasionally get shot at and spend 30 years doing that so that they can be ridiculed by someone who hasn't got the patience to study the facts. I mean, there are a lot of people out here watching this. I'm not trying to be pedagogical or pedantic, but we want people to come into this government and feel as if they do what they believe is the right thing to do, they're not going to be scandalized. Pretty close to the edge.
Well, I want to thank you very much, Bud. We all appreciate the dedication you had in public service, and that's all the questions I have.
The Chair is very anxious to complete the testimony of Mr. McFarlane today, and we want to accomplish that if we possibly can. We will recognize a 10-minute recess as we have previously agreed with the Witnesses' Council. Chair, we'll stand in recess for 10 minutes.
Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarland, I just want to say to you, you've been very patient, very helpful to these proceedings. As one of the President's top foreign policy advisors, probably the top foreign policy advisor at one time, I personally am interested in what you have to say, and you were in a unique position to observe these events, and now, of course, you're in a unique position to help us to analyze the various problems and to learn from them. I think you also brought an impressive background here with you that I think was gone through by Mr. Lyman. No question, you're a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, a Marine officer with combat tours in Vietnam. In fact, you served 2 tours in Vietnam, isn't that right?
Yes, sir, but Secretary Haig, to correct one point, used to say that I didn't have the benefit of a college education. But
that's all right. Secretary Haig didn't either in some ways. He certainly didn't have English grammar or vocabulary, is all I can say. Now, let me just say that as you served in Vietnam, you served twice in combat roles, is that right?
yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you led the first team into combat in Vietnam, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As I understand it, you served in Da Nang,
Yes, sir.
DMZ,
Yes,
the
sir.
Tet Offensive, Pleiku, Khe Sanh, you name it, you were there, is that right? Just about. I'm not trying to embarrass you, but that's true, isn't it?
Many of those, yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were in firefights all over Vietnam, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw a lot of people die.
Yes, sir.
You've given 30 years of service to this country, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever recall a day when you weren't trying to do the absolute best for your country that you could?
No, sir.
I don't either. Makes you wonder why you're going through this today, even though there are wrongs here. It's easy for us to criticize in retrospect. It's easy for anybody to criticize in retrospect. Let me just go through a few things with you. Let me ask you a simple and straightforward question. Are there times in the conduct of foreign policy where covert as opposed to overt operations are necessary?
Yes, sir.
They're absolutely necessary, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that when a covert action is successful, in many ways, and in many times in past history, it has been considered a successful, brilliant foreign policy. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And yet, on the other hand, when a covert action is unsuccessful and exposed to the light of day, such as, for example, President Carter's Desert One operation to rescue the hostages in Iran in 1980, or the mining of the harbors there in Nicaragua, that those covert actions are considered to be tremendous blunders. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Almost in every case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now it reminds me of the football coach who decides to go for it on the fourth down. If he makes it, he's a genius. If he doesn't make it, he's one of the dumbest people on earth. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel a little bit like that?
Yes, sir.
I'd feel a little bit like that if I were you. Was there any time during this whole period that you were not trying to do the best you could for our country and in the best interest of our country, albeit it can be criticized today?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, let me just say this. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the Iran operation. I haven't heard too much criticism lately compared to the early times about Iran. Most of it is now on the Nicaraguan thing because that seems to be more inflammatory and it seems to be more something that can be criticized, a diversion of funds to the Nicaraguan freedom fighters, or Contras as they're called. Now, I've sat through almost 2 weeks of these hearings, and as I've seen how this affair is being reported in various media, it strikes me that far too many of us have succumbed to easy conclusions. That because the mission was not totally successful, then the idea was bad and the motivations had to be bad as well. And that they were improper and that the decision to go forward was a colossal blunder now. Like I say, it's always easy to criticize in retrospect. Now, perhaps this conclusion is helped along by the desire of some to make this into another Watergate, which I don't think I'm not convinced that it is. But I will agree that it appears that over time the Iranian operation degenerated into a primarily arms for hostages deal as it gradually evolved. But isn't it true, Mr. McFarlane, that there were a number of very important, worthy foreign policy goals that were part of this problem along the way?
Yes, sir.
And I'm talking about the whole Iran initiative. Let me ask you to just consider, if you will, some of the things throughout some of the reports. And I won't return to them because of the time constraints here. I was going to cite a number of reports, but let me just ask these questions this way. At one point in Exhibit 55, it states that Iran is the key to the region of vital importance to the West. It's increasingly threatened by a growing Soviet military and political influence. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the document continues, and I quote, "Over the course of the last 2 years, the Soviets and their surrogates have moved actively to gain influence in the Persian Gulf." Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, sir.
There isn't anybody who would not agree with that statement, who knows about it, who has looked at the top secret information. The document goes on to say that the Soviets believe that once the Ayatollah Khomeini dies, they will have an excellent opportunity to influence the formation of a government in Tehran which serves the Soviet strategic interests. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The document next states that communist nations have become principal arms suppliers to Iran, a factor that makes Iran dependent on this source of supply in contending with the Iraqis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Now, this leads to the conclusion in the report that the Soviets may well be pursuing their own revolution in Iran. That is, and I quote, "By fueling both sides in the conflict, the Soviets could well encourage a disastrous final offensive by Iran that would precipitate a political disintegration in Iran, leaving a power vacuum which the Soviets could exploit," unquote. Do you agree with that appraisal?
It's very possible.
Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Were these essentially the parameters you faced at the time that the White House developed its own 1985 Iran initiative?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. Was opening a channel to the Iranian moderates one of your objectives?
Yes, sir.
And I might mention for those who don't think that was a reasonable objective, because there are no moderates, they say, in Iran, there were people in Iran who believed that Iran's long-term best interests we're not being served by the support of terrorism. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
That, by any definition, is a moderate, regardless of what their revolutionary attitudes were. Is that right?
I agree.
As a matter of fact, one of the best articles written just recently on this subject is by Gary Sick, the former head of the Iran desk, really, at the National Security Council under the Carter administration, a very fine man who wrote the book All Fall Down. And I commend everybody to read it in Foreign Affairs, and he pretty well makes the case, I think, and makes it very, very well, that there was plenty of room to deal under the surface of their revolutionary postures with people who were willing to start to bring Iran into the real 21st century and into the rest of the world. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
You read that article?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, would you say that another one of your objectives was to wean the Iranian regime away from terrorism?
If at all possible, yes,
Well,
sir.
wouldn't that have been a wonderful thing if we could have weaned them away from terrorism and isolated Assad and Khomeini in the Middle East as the major perpetrators of terrorism?
Yes, sir.
You bet it would, wouldn't it? Was that a worthy foreign policy goal?
I believe it was.
Anybody with any brains, whether it's mentioned in reports or not, has to realize that that had to be one of the goals. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You realized it, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Did the people around you realize it?
Yes, sir.
Well, I even believe the people in the Carter administration realized it, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Anybody would. In fact, I think they were some of those who probably initiated some of these worthy foreign policy goals, or at least tried to. Is that right?
I agree, yes,
You
sir.
bet. Now, is it true that one of your personal objectives, Mr. McFarlane, as National Security Advisor, was to try to negotiate, or at least find some reason or way to negotiate an end to the Iran-Iraq war?
Yes, sir, it was.
As a matter of fact, it is not in the interests of the Western world to have either side win that war. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, these are tough things to state in open air right now, but I think we have to at this point. And that was a worthy foreign policy objective, wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir.
And it was one you were pursuing, or at least trying to pursue. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in a variety of ways. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would such a settlement go a long way towards preventing Soviet hegemony in Iran and in that area?
Yes, it would.
No question about it, is there? Was that also not a goal of the administration's Iran initiative?
It was.
Okay. Another of my personal concerns in that part of the world is to protect the northern tier countries. Let's just name Pakistan, and to keep them interested in supporting Afghanistan, the rebels, or should I say the freedom fighters in Afghanistan. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
That's certainly one of the worthy foreign policy goals, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was borne
How
out
about
in
the southern tier
Tehran.
countries? Let's just name four of them: Saudi Arabia, Israel, Jordan, Egypt, and really all the rest. Wasn't it in the Western world's and all the world's best interest in that powder keg that we call the Middle East to try to develop better relations with Iran and bring about a negotiated settlement of that war?
I think it was.
And it was in the best interest of those southern tier countries as well, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your consideration?
It was.
It would have to be, wouldn't it?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, Gary Sick concludes that we better get about doing exactly the things that, well, maybe they were bungled. But the fact of the matter is, you were trying to do there. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
I wonder what would happen if all of a sudden this covert action had never been disclosed and you got the hostages out and you actually had a better relationship with Iran. That probably would go down in history as one of the better foreign policy missions, at least in these modern times, wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, isn't it true that the Iranian initiative was aimed directly or indirectly at lessening Iranian reliance on the Soviet Union as the arms supplier to both Iran and Iraq? Isn't that right?
Well, it was to prevent a Soviet achievement of leverage against them,
And
yes.
domination, leverage, control over both of those countries. Is that right? So they
That's
can
right.
manipulate both of them.
Yes.
Weren't we also interested in getting intelligence from Iran?
Yes, we were.
As a matter of fact, it was a major interest, wasn't it?
Yes, it
Up
was.
to this point, we were in almost total reliance upon the Israelis to give us the intelligence that we needed in that geostrategic important part of the world. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, I might add also, weren't we interested in obtaining any Russian equipment that we could obtain?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that we had even negotiated to acquire a T-72 Russian tank?
That's correct.
Would that have been helpful to us to have
Yes,
obtained
sir,
that?
it would.
And other equipment as well?
Yes, sir.
See, it sounds to me there's a lot more than just trying to give arms for hostages here.
Yes, there is.
There are a lot of things that I'd like to go into, but my time is very short, and I want to be considerate of the rest of my colleagues. But I also want to make sure that people understand this isn't as simple as it has been portrayed. And I have a little bit of difficulty seeing why people like you and General Secord, because this has not turned out to be very well, and because it probably had plenty of mistakes from the beginning, have to be pilloried all over the public by various people and means and sources, when it seems to me you were trying to do the best you could for your country, albeit you yourself have admitted that it's been a failure. So I just want to say that. Now let me just go into one or two other things. And let me turn for a moment to the Contra issue. First, Mr. McFarlane, would you say, as the President's former National Security Council advisor, that Cuban forces deployed in Central America pose a serious potential threat to the strategic interests of the United States, not only in that area but in this whole hemisphere?
Yes, sir. I do think that in the role they play of fomenting potentially subversion and throughout the area, that it is an important risk.
Did the Sandinistas pose the same threat?
Yes, sir.
There's no question about it, is there?
No, sir. They have declared it publicly.
Even the most liberal of our people in Congress have to admit that, and have, many of them. Are both of these forces assisted by the Soviet Union, I might say in the terms of arms, personnel, logistical support?
Yes, sir.
They sure are, aren't they? In fact, there's Soviet advisors there, aren't there?
There are, yes, sir.
There are M-19 terrorists there, right?
Yes, sir.
They're training terrorists. Isn't that true?
That's true.
There's an exportation of drugs. Is that right?
That is true,
Not
too.
only for money, but to debilitate societies. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. What would happen over the next 20 years if we ignore this threat?
It can only be damaging to our interest, I think, Senator Hatch.
Well, is there any doubt in your mind, Mr. McFarlane, that President Reagan, in formulating this position regarding Central America, was motivated by a sincere belief that this communist threat had to be stopped? Any doubt in your mind about that?
No, sir, I don't.
Now, isn't it a fact that President Reagan, as the Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces and as the sole person to whom our Constitution gives the responsibility for conducting foreign relations, in spite of what Congress has done to direct foreign relations from up here, that he gives the he's given the responsibility for conducting foreign relations, that he was sincerely committed to a position in Nicaragua that would ultimately lead to peace and stability in our region of the world?
I agree, sir.
I was going to go into a number of issues with regard to the Boland amendments. I'll just summarize them this way. If you add the Boland amendments and all the other congressional actions over the last 4 years, or let's make it over the last 5 years, you have to say that Congress sent contradictory messages to the administration in its conduct of foreign policy. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you also have to say that Congress has interfered with the conduct of foreign policy repeatedly, don't you?
That's
true.
true.
A tough question, but I'd like to hear it. What was your answer?
That's true.
And that these messages were ambiguous, they were contradictory, and not very easy to understand.
That, too, is true.
Now, some aspects were easy to understand, and you yourself tried to abide by the letter of the Boland Amendment law. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me just ask you one final question. There are a couple of others I'd love to ask, but I've run out of time. There's been some discussion of this obstruction of justice. Now, let me just ask you this. Is it not a fact that in the intelligence community and in the National Security Office itself, that there is a constant shredding of documents?
Yes, sir.
It has to occur, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Some of the documents even have written on them, read this and then destroy it. Isn't that right? Or words to that effect?
Yes, sir.
You've seen a lot of those, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember a day going by where there were not documents shredded, or for the most part, most days where they were shredded?
It is a routine occurrence.
It was a common occurrence, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is the fact that somebody shreds documents, can it be automatically construed that they are obstructing justice?
Not automatically.
Now, let me just ask you this. Like I say, there's been some discussion of this, but did you believe that Oliver North was planning to violate the law by destroying documents to prevent a serious crime from being discovered? Do you believe that?
I took it that he was trying to convey to me that he was going to make sure that I was not damaged by this, and I wanted to disabuse him of any need to do that.
All right, now let me just ask you further. Isn't it a fact that one of the major reasons, I don't know what the motivation was, but I want to see the other side of this brought out too, so it isn't just one-sided. Isn't it a fact that one of the reasons Colonel North could have had for shredding those documents might relate to this ridiculous posture we have to take up here in describing countries 1, 2, 3, and so forth? Because he wanted to protect some of the names and some of the countries and some of these foreign policy decisions that had been made so that they don't embarrass other countries and other people. Could that possibly be a reason for wanting to shred documents?
Yes, sir, it could.
It's a major reason for wanting to, isn't it, in some cases?
Yes, sir.
Well, I just wanted to present the other side. It could have been an obstruction of justice. I don't know. Nobody knows here. But you got to at least look at the other side as well. People who deal in this area cannot all afford to have an attorney sitting by their sides making decisions for them. Is that right?
That's right, sir.
If we in the Congress become so intrusive, and by the way, we surely seem to have intentions to do that all the time in foreign policy, but if we become so intrusive that every decision made by National Security Council people, whether in a Democratic administration or a Republican administration, has to be questioned by Congress. And a lot of them are anyway. But if every decision has to be questioned by Congress, then every one of those members are going to have not only an attorney, but a very fine foreign policy attorney sitting there deciding every question that has to be made. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, I believe.
Well, that's a fair appraisal, I think. It's a fair statement. So I just don't like to see it all presented in one side or another. And let me just close with this. Mr. McFarlane, you've made some mistakes here. You've come in here honestly and said you've made some mistakes. Mr. Secord made some mistakes. He came in here and I believe honestly said he made some mistakes. Both of you have served your country for many, many years. Neither of you have gotten wealthy from serving this country, where I think you could have had you gone about some other businesses. And it seems to me that you're the type of people, assuming that there are no criminal facts that come out later. I haven't seen much in the way of that so far. But if there are no criminal facts that come out later, then it seems to me that you're the type of people we really want to have in government, who are intelligent, aggressive, patriotic, decent, willing to work hard, giving your life to your country. And I think it's time for us to go into this and pursue it as well as we can, but quit worrying about scoring points and just talk in terms of what happened here, and let's see what we can do to prevent it in the future. And I just want to thank you personally for the good things you've done for our country, and I think you're owed a debt of gratitude rather than perhaps some of the pillory that you've gone through over the last number of months. And I just want you to have the benefit of my feelings in that matter. And I apologize for my colleagues for taking just a little bit longer than I should have.
Thanks very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hatch. Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarlane, in my view, there is no more valuable member of Congress than Senator Orrin Hatch, but I can't help but thinking the kind of grilling you'd get if he was mad at you. He referred to Gary Sick's book, All Fall Down, and I do think it's essential reading for anybody who wants to know the background of Iran and our relationships, troubled as they have been. One of the parts of this book talks about the very poor intelligence information we had about what was going on inside of Iran. In fact, at page 106, the quality of information available to U.S. policymakers on Iran was indeed dreadful, and that unpleasant fact only became more apparent as the crisis progressed. I understand that was as a result of a decision somebody made somewhere that we should only talk to the Shah and his people, not the mullahs and the opposition, because if the Shah heard about it, he'd feel he was being stabbed in the back, and that wouldn't do well for our relationships, and so we never talked to anybody but the Shah. But in any event, our intelligence was dreadful, our information was dreadful, and of course human intelligence takes people on the ground in these places, and if you don't have it, you don't develop it overnight. Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
And therefore, we relied, did we not, perhaps excessively, but of necessity, on Israeli intelligence for information as to who the pragmatics were, who the radicals were, who we could talk to and who we couldn't, because we didn't have that information. Isn't that true?
Yes, I think it is.
Also in this book, just one more point that I think fits in the mosaic, the environment around these decisions. It is true, is it not, that President Carter, when we had 53 people being held for, it ended up 444 days, was ready to send a military package to the Iranians of about $150 million, including aircraft spares, that would be available upon the release of the hostages. Now, I understand that they had paid for this, but of course they were holding our hostages. But the notion of arms to the Iranians over hostages is not unique with this administration. Isn't that true?
It is.
Now, mention has been made of the possible illegality of selling arms to the Iranians. And I haven't heard much mention of the law that's been on the books since 1868, 119 years ago, release of citizens imprisoned by foreign governments. Now, I know these hostages that were and are presently over in, we believe, Lebanon, are maybe not held by a foreign government, but apparently the Hezbollah or whomever is holding them is influenced by Iran and possibly other governments. But I think it's useful as we discuss and turn over the possible violations of law that we understand there is a law on the books expressing Congress's attitude towards hostages being held overseas that says the president can do anything he wants short of declaring war after demanding their release to get hostages out. Isn't that so? That's what the law says.
Yes, it is.
It also says that all the facts and proceedings relative thereto shall as soon as practicable be communicated by the President to Congress. It doesn't say before or during. That might well mean when the hostages are released and are out of danger. It's a matter of interpretation. But I think, and I hope you agree, that it's useful to know that Congress has had a policy since 1868 that the President has a free hand in terms of getting hostages released that are being held overseas. So the notion that there may be some illegality there, I think has to run head-on into this statute, and I think it's useful to cite it because Jimmy Carter used it also in his efforts to release our hostages, and so I think that's worth noting. Now, as a student of history, Mr. McFarlane, and you are, because I've read some of your writings, very thoughtful, I would like to recall to your mind 1940 when Winston Churchill implored FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, one of our great presidents, to transfer 50 U.S. destroyers to Great Britain in exchange for leasing rights that they would give us on Britain's West India Islands. Now, President Roosevelt consulted with his advisors. He concluded that legislation was necessary to accomplish this. But Franklin Delano Roosevelt was confronted with his estimate of a recalcitrant Congress, and so he directed his Secretary of State to declare these destroyers as surplus. 50 destroyers, not necessary to our defense, and by that certification, he transferred them to Great Britain. Now, this certification was demonstrably false, but it accomplished the purpose, and in the light of hindsight, it was probably a good idea. Now, as a student of history, I simply ask you if, bearing in mind FDR's circumventing of Congress to get the job done in the oncoming war with Hitler, that again, it isn't unique to find a president under the exigencies of a gathering situation to sometimes feel it necessary, and I'm not justifying it, I'm just saying it has happened before, circumventing Congress. Isn't that so?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've reinforced a myth here today, it seems to me, and Mr. Casey is not here to defend himself and is in a far better place, I'm sure, and parenthetically, I think having to submit to a leftist political lecture at his funeral was an outrage, but I just throw that in gratuitously. But Mr. McFarlane, you said in answer to Mr. Corder earlier this morning, and again you said it to Senator Inouye, and you said it to Senator Sarbanes, that Congress was not notified properly, appropriately, of the mining of the harbors of Nicaragua. And I suggest to you that that is not so, that that is a myth. And the more people repeat it, the more credibility and credence it gets. And I should like to direct your attention to an article that appeared in the April 15th, it's datelined April 15, appeared in the New York Times of April 16th, 1984, by Bernard Gwurtzman. And I don't want to violate the rules of comity by mentioning senators' names, but I think the issue as to whether Congress was notified by the CIA of the mining of the harbors pursuant to law is important, because charges have been made 3 times, and I want to try to get the historical record straight. So I must mention the names of senators in this article. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan announced today that he was resigning as vice chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. The New York Democrat said he was protesting what he said was the failure of the CIA to inform the committee properly about the scope of United States involvement in the mining of Nicaraguan harbors. The CIA, which is charged by law with keeping the House and Senate Intelligence Committees fully informed of its current and future activities, has insisted that it brief the committees about the mining. The agency said it told the House Committee on January 31 and the Senate group on March 8 and again on March 13. In addition, it said the Senate committee staff received an extensive briefing on April 2nd. Skipping down, Mr. Moynihan, the ranking Democrat, echoed a complaint made by Senator Barry Goldwater, Republican of Arizona, the committee chairman, who said he had not been informed of the mining. Senator Goldwater, who is traveling in Taiwan, could not be reached for comment on Mr. Moynihan's resignation. Mr. Moynihan said in an interview today that if he had known about United States involvement in directing the mining from an American-run mothership outside Nicaraguan waters, he would have voted on April 5 against providing the CIA with $21 million in additional funds for covert activity in Nicaragua. The money was approved overwhelmingly in the Senate, but the matter has not been taken up in the House. The New York senator said he first learned of the American role in the mining in an article in the Wall Street Journal on April 6th. Skipping down, Mr. Moynihan asserted that relations between the committee and the administration had worsened in the last few months. Quote, when the invasion of Grenada was about to take place, we were informed, he said. We knew that. We were told and didn't tell. That was our arrangement. They know what this relationship can be. Mr. Moynihan, who will remain on the committee through the end of the year, even though he will give up the vice chairmanship, acknowledged that it was factually correct from reading the transcript of the committee's meetings on March 8 and 13 with Mr. Casey that the mining was mentioned. But he contended, as have some others on the committee, that it was too slight a reference to something as sensitive as the mining of another country's harbors. He said in the interview that there was only a single sentence of 27 words in a 138-minute briefing that ran 84 pages. At the March 8 session, he said it was mentioned that magnetic mines have been placed, but the implication was that this was being done by the Nicaraguan rebels themselves. This sentence was substantially repeated in a meeting on March 13, he said. Nothing occurred which could be called a briefing on the mines. Another committee member, Senator Patrick Leahy, Democrat of Vermont, contends he was fully informed of the mining. He says that many others were too. and that they voted for the covert aid in the Senate, but because of the public outcry against the mining, had since switched their positions. An aide to Senator Biden said Mr. Biden shared Mr. Moynihan's feeling that the group was not properly briefed in March, but the aide said that after an inquiry from the press in late March, Mr. Biden asked the committee staff on April 3 for further information. By coincidence, the staff had a lengthy briefing at its own initiative with the CIA on the evening of April 2nd, a staff aide said today. The staff then produced a memo for Mr. Biden on the details of the American involvement in the mining. That memo was given to Mr. Biden, who showed it to other senators, but apparently not to Mr. Moynihan. Mr. Moynihan was briefed orally on April 5 by a staff aide, however, about several intelligence developments, including the mining. But the aide said it was quite possible the senator did not perceive the mining to be anything special at the time. Representative Edward P. Boland, chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, said Thursday that the CIA had informed his group on January 31st about the mining, and he had no complaints about CIA compliance with the reporting requirements of the law, even though he opposes the covert aid. When asked why the Senate committee was not briefed at about the same time, a CIA spokesman said, Mr. Casey planned to brief both committees soon after Congress returned from its recess in late January. A meeting was set for February 20th with the Senate group, which was after the holidays of that month. But the committee postponed it until March 8th because it wanted Secretary of State George P. Shultz to be present too, and that was the first mutually convenient date. Quoting from a Washington Post article of the same day, April 16th, 84, in part, Leahy said, quote, there were senators who voted one way the week before and a different way the following week, who knew about the mining in both instances, and I think were influenced solely by the public opinion. And I think that's wrong, and that's a lousy job of legislative action. Another paragraph, same article from the Washington Post, Moynihan had asked for and received a legal opinion on mining from the State Department March 28th, a week before he voted to support continued funding for covert operations. And may I presume to read to you an editorial of April 17th, 1984 from the Washington Post, not a house organ for the CIA. Senator Moynihan's point, I don't agree, by the way, parenthetically, with all of the characterizations in this editorial, but it belongs in the historical record. When a month ago the Central Intelligence Agency briefed the Senate Select Committee on harbor mining operations in Nicaragua, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan was snoozing or otherwise occupied, and the significance of the briefing sped past him unobserved. Now, in a characteristic bit of stagecraft, the senator has resigned as vice chairman of the committee, quote, to make a point, close quote, as he puts it. What point? That during briefings on important espionage operations, members of the Select Committee on Intelligence ought to stay awake? Well, no, this is not Senator Moynihan's point exactly. His point, he says, is that the committee was not properly briefed. That's so? Shall we examine the facts then? Let's. CIA Director William Casey met with the committee last month, on March 8th and March 13th to be precise. At both meetings, transcripts show Mr. Casey mentioned the harbor mining operation. Yes, complained Senator Moynihan, but Mr. Casey was too brief, encapsulating the mining operation in a single sentence of only 27 words. All right, Mr. Casey might have been more expansive, but then Mr. Moynihan might have been more inquisitive. As inquisitive, say, as Senator Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the Delaware Democrat. Intrigued, Senator Biden asked the committee staff to find out what was going on. The staff, brought up to speed by the CIA, briefed Senator Biden in detail. Senator Biden shared this information with other senators, though not for some reason with Senator Moynihan. We put it to you. Does this suggest that the CIA was holding back information? Or does it suggest instead that Senator Moynihan, entrusted with oversight of the CIA, performed this important duty indifferently, missing out on a telling disclosure, found himself looking rather foolish, and so resigned his semi-exalted office to save face, etc., etc. Now, I simply suggest to you that the myth that the CIA did not notify Congress is just that, a myth. But when people of prestige and stature repeat it, it becomes a part of, perception becomes reality. I wish I could think of a question to ask you, but I can't. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Nunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarlane, let me just say that I think there have been some very serious mistakes made, and I think you've made some and you've acknowledged them during the course of your testimony. I'm one who's known you a long time, and I also recognize that there is a ledger sheet on Bud McFarlane that has a long plus side also. I'm very cognizant of that. I'm aware of it, and I think that all of us who work with you realize that you have indeed spent a great deal of your life serving the country and in most instances serving it well. That does not diminish my concern about the mistakes nor the seriousness of the mistakes, but I do think that should be on the record. I'd like to just ask you, I understand I was absent this morning, but I understand that you said this morning that the organization of the administration for the conduct of foreign policy was intrinsically unworkable. I'd like to ask you in that context, if you look back in history as I view it, the whole Contra operation, and perhaps the reason we're here today, started coming unglued with the mining of the harbor. Now, in terms of the decision-making process there, forgetting about whether Congress was told or which senator was told or whatever, just the substance of the decision, could you tell us about what kind of decision was made there and how it was made and who made it? I'm speaking the mining of the harbor in Nicaragua.
Well, I'll say this, and I say it seriously, and that is that this was not one of the happiest episodes of decision-making, I think, and to the extent that we expose this kind of thing in public for others to see, I think it weakens confidence overseas in our country, and that's unfortunate. I say that with no wish to hide what was an error. And I have to say, having worked for both parties and government, that I've seen it happen in both. In this particular one, the issue was founded in a recognition by all, the Secretary of State, Defense, CIA, that a principal problem we faced in Nicaragua was the ability of the Sandinistas to rely upon Soviet support, material support coming in by shipping predominantly. That included weapons as well as non-military supplies. Fair enough. That led to the question, what do you do about that? And among other things, from diplomatic suasion all the way up to the U.S. forces taking it on, there was a spectrum of possibilities. And then the issue focused upon mining as one possibility that didn't involve the use of American force per se, but would be effective in taking shipping on.
Could you tell us who made that suggestion?
I'm not sure I recall, Senator Nunn. I say, but I'm not certain, that it was probably Director Casey. I'm not sure.
Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt. I would like to get the reaction, just so we can get a feel about how this kind of decision-making takes place.
Well, the discussion continued about pros and cons of that, and someone mentioned the fact that, well, what if there's a Soviet ship that you happen to blow up? And there was some reaction that we probably didn't want to do that. And others commented that, well, we could put out a notice that there are going to be mines there, and somebody pointed out the obvious that, well, you wouldn't accomplish anything then if people didn't deliver, but of course then you would have kept everything out, and even reasonable food for everybody, including Contras, would be kept out, and so you didn't want to do that. Someone suggested the idea, well, why don't you mine with something that won't sink the ship so as to get around the problem of sinking a Russian ship. Well, someone made the point that that defeats the whole purpose because you're doing something violent but ineffective. But at the end of the day, that's where everyone coalesced, and it led to what has happened. It's not a very uplifting episode, but that's about it.
Well, now, did that discussion take place at a National Security Council meeting, or what was the context of the discussion?
This was a meeting of principals. I believe the NSPG, which is principals only, that would have included the cabinet officers plus the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. At the time, Ambassador Kirkpatrick, Messrs. Meesbaker, possibly Mr. Deaver.
Was the President there during that discussion?
Yes, sir.
Did he participate in the discussion?
Yes, sir.
Did he make the decision himself, or was it a consensus kind of product emerging? How involved was the President?
The President was fully involved and approved the recommendation by most around the table to go ahead.
Was there dissent? Were there people who said, no, I don't agree with this during the course of that discussion on the final outcome, so to speak?
Well, I'm not certain I'm qualified to say with enough accuracy, not to perhaps disparage somebody wrongly on it, Senator Nutt. There was some disagreement on it, and then some people kind of waffled and said they're this and that, but that's normal.
Well, now, how should that have worked? You mentioned that the way this administration is organized, the Organization for Conduct Foreign Policy is unworkable. How should that important decision, which has had so much to do, at least in my view, of the flow of events that transpired since then, how should that decision have been arrived at?
Well, setting aside the analysis that might have led you away from a covert action in Nicaragua in the first place, once you have decided to do one, then there are many, many kinds of things you might do. Political action, nonviolent action, propaganda. But to answer your question, when it comes to the issue of that meeting, how do you affect or limit Soviet shipments to Nicaragua? The CIA, working with the Joint Chiefs, ought to have been tasked to analyze the problem. How do you solve that problem? And they would have come up with half a dozen different ideas that ranged both in levels of force from 0 to massive, from U.S. involvement to non-involvement, from, well, a lot of other ways that have various costs, and then the risks of each of these and the probabilities of success would be assessed. But in fact, there would be a pretty thorough scrub of the risks and possible gains of going with 7 or 8 different options.
And you're saying that really wasn't done?
I don't think it was.
You did not have a risk-cost kind of analysis by anyone, really?
There was an analysis done. It was not very broad.
Was all of that done in the course of one meeting, or did it transpire over 2 or 3 weeks, or how long did it take to make that decision?
Well, I think it did take at least 2 meetings, and with activity in between.
Did the President ask for any kind of cost relationship and the downside of it? Were a risk adequately assessed?
Well, I believe he did. He did ask a number of questions the first time it was brought up, and there were no answers available at the time, and so we discussed it again, as I remember.
I'm trying to get to what the problem was here, because you're saying that the administration is not organized, was not when you were there for current foreign policy decisions, and this is one that we both agree, I think everyone agree, was not handled well, and I'm trying to assess what went wrong here. And basically you're saying that it was not a thorough analysis, the chiefs and the military was not given the task of looking at both sides of it, there was not a thorough presentation by the CIA as to the downside as well as the upside. Is that a fair capturing of what you're saying, or are there other elements that went wrong?
I think that's fair, Mr. Chairman.
So it just was not a thorough business-like way of arriving at the decision.
That's fair, I think.
Was the President involved here in all aspects of this decision itself?
Yes, sir, he was, and I don't want to cast excessive aspersions there. I think he was badly served by me and others.
Was he detached in making this? Some people said this is a detached president in foreign policy. Was he detached on this decision, or was he there and involved?
No, I think that's is largely a bum rap. President Reagan has always understood his responsibilities to lend U.S. influence to keeping the peace and improving things generally around the world. He is open entirely to the proposals of cabinet officers with good ideas if they exist. And I think it's more in the latter category that we've had so many problems in the past few years. I don't think it's the President, because he has earnestly sought, how do we solve this problem? How do we get on with this one? And there hasn't been a lot coming his way.
Where does the responsibility lie, then, for an administration that is not organized for the effective conducting of foreign policy? If it's not the President, where is the responsibility?
I think responsibility lies with me. It lies generically with the competence of the people who are involved in office, that are incumbents nowadays.
Mr. Chairman, I think my time has expired. Thank you, Mr. McFarlane.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rodino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarlane, we may be covering the same ground, but please bear with me, because I'm trying to understand some of the answers that you've given, and I may refer you to, first of all, the question that was put to you originally by Senator Mitchell. Senator Mitchell talked about obstruction of justice and the shredding party. And you did say that you did not, if I recall, in any way advise Colonel North that that was not the proper thing to do, that that was illegal. Is that right?
That's right, and I deserve responsibility, and I ought to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law and sent away.
Well, it's not the intention of this.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be frivolous about it, but
it's not the intention of this member to try to decide guilt or innocence or whether or not you committed a crime. We're trying to put this thing in perspective. And we're attempting to explore just what did occur and how it occurred. A follow-up question. You were writing with Colonel North at the time. Why did you not, knowing that you were going to see the Attorney General, tell the Attorney General?
I should have, Mr. Chairman. At the time, I honestly took what he said to have been what Ollie North would often say, to make sure that I understood that he was going to protect me whatever happened. I didn't take it as expressive of his intention to carry out a massive obstruction of justice. Now, I think I was wrong, and I think that I am justifiably wrong about that.
Well, let me bring you to another area, Mr. McFarlane. The question of your having learned about the diversion of funds from the Iran arms sales to the Contras. In your first meeting with the Attorney General that Friday, I think that you said that the Attorney General did not ask you, notwithstanding the fact that you had learned from Colonel North when he said to you that it had been approved. You did hear Colonel North tell you that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did not bother to ask him as to who had given him approval, did you?
No, sir.
You also, I think in answer to a question put to you by Chairman Inouye, state that had you been the National Security Advisor at that time, that before you would grant approval to Colonel North, that you would have consulted with the President or advised the President. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Would you have expected that Admiral Poindexter should have, if he gave approval to Colonel North, should he have also discussed this with the President?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any reason to believe that Admiral Poindexter did discuss this with the President?
I have no knowledge of it. It may be that he was informed ex
You would have
post.
expected him to.
If he learned of it before the fact, I think he would have.
On that Monday meeting with the Attorney General, you did not tell the Attorney General at that time that there had been, told to you by Colonel North, that there had been a diversion of funds. Is that correct?
I did acknowledge that on Monday.
You acknowledged that on Monday?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you told the Attorney General that Colonel North had told you that he had approval for the diversion?
What I said yes to was what I thought was the question, and that is that did I tell the Attorney General that there had been a diversion, and I was so informed? Yes, I did.
You told the Attorney General.
That's correct.
Mr. McFarlane, you stated that when Country 2 later doubled the level of its contribution, the President wasn't surprised because apparently he had already been informed of this himself in a meeting with head of state from Country 2. And I think you also made some reference to the President's diary containing a note that the head of state had brought up this contribution with the President at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe that's right.
How did you know that the President's diary contained such a note?
I was so informed by a member of the White House staff because I was asked myself, and I don't honestly recall who it was, one of the members of an investigative body, there have been quite a few, but whether he did or not, and I said, as far as I know, the President did not raise this issue, and I said that on the basis of his having come out of the meeting and debriefed the Secretary of State and myself about what came up, and there was no mention of it, nor in what we had given him in the way of cards and recommendations of things he might bring up. There was no mention of this either. So I was going to give that to the committee, but I called the White House to the National Security Council staff, and I said, I understand this is the way it was, but I understand the White House press spokesman has said today.
That's today.
Well, no, on the day that I had this telephone conversation back in January, I understand your press spokesman has refused to state that the President did not bring this up. And I said, I don't understand. And I was told at the time, well, the President did not bring it up, and I will so advise the press spokesman. But the problem is that the counterpart, the visiting head of state, did and volunteered it, and that's the extent of my knowledge on it, sir.
I'm advised that it's been reported that the President today has mentioned the fact that there was such a notation in his diary.
Mr. Rodino, excuse me for interrupting, but may I point out that reference to the President's notes and diaries here under the agreement that we have had with the White House is off limits for us.
Well, I understand that was mentioned today publicly.
I understand that, but nonetheless, the agreement that we have reached with the White House is that we are not to use those for purposes of public discussion. I can't help what happened in the public arena today.
Mr. McFarlane, let me say that I personally, I do appreciate the circumstances under which you appear here today. As a matter of fact, I applauded the opening statement that you made. You talked, and you talked in a manner that I think all of us would have to applaud and agree with about your understanding of the rule of law, and that this system of ours really cannot survive, cannot succeed in any way unless there is a complete adherence and an understanding that the rule of law is supreme. You went on to say how important it is to consult with the Congress and to ensure that only in this way are we going to be able to succeed in any kind of foreign policy, especially. And you were very impressive about that. However, let me just recall to what I think was called to your attention by Mr. Lyman, and that was a document which I think you entitled a perspective. And this is a document that was written in 1986, and I guess after all the disclosures, you were concerned with how maybe the president might recoup and how he might be able to better succeed in presenting himself by being non-confrontational. You went on to make some proposals. Then you finally stated, and this is a puzzling statement that occurred there. This was your comment, and it's not only puzzling, it confounds me, and I wonder what you are trying to suggest. And the final, this was a document, I think, called Perspective, and
is it one of the documents that we have?
I think the document is
I have it.
you have the document?
Yeah.
Yes. And you make what you call a final comment. You say, I lived through Watergate, John. Well-meaning people who were in on the early planning of the communication strategy didn't intend to lie, but ultimately came around to it. I'm puzzled, Mr. McFarlane. What were you trying to suggest? Were you trying to suggest that in this case as well, that well-intentioned people would ultimately be lying, would attempt to cover up, or were?
No, sir, I wasn't at all, and I believe if you'll read the sentence just before that paragraph, where I say, quote, we cannot avoid laying out the whole thing here. And that was my intention, Mr. Chairman. I suggested that in the first call that I received from Admiral Poindexter on November the 4th. When I went back to him for lunch with Dr. Keel, I said, John, you've got to get the whole thing out right away.
You were concerned, weren't you?
Yes, sir, I was.
You were concerned that, looking back, that we'd had an experience which we wouldn't want to go through again, and yet we find ourselves now at the possibility of a certain situation, and you reflected on this, and you made certain to warn Admiral Poindexter. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Well, the only question that I want to ask again is, having said that, and knowing what's been spread on the record, the appearances of various witnesses before this committee, is there a suggestion that there is an attempt on the part of people not to say it all? I mean, we come so close. I listen to you, and I recognize how, if you will forgive me for saying it, how really torn you appear to me in wanting to say it all, and because you are a person who is indeed patriotic, who feels deeply. And yet, somehow or other, we come to that point, and invariably, even you have had to compromise your statements and have said, well, I said it up to a point, but I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that in everything I have said here, I have been truthful. I have said that I believe because I was in charge, if things happened that were illegal, whether or not I knew about them, I am responsible. And that isn't just a kind of a brush-off acceptance of the captain of the ship role. I intend to mean by that the full limit of law and punishment of it. Now, I have testified here and elsewhere about the events concerning cover-up in the week of November 17th, and I've given an honest account of it. I've testified about my trip to Iran and about the errors that I think governed in each one of these situations, errors that were my fault. And I don't know what else I can tell you to make clear that there is nothing that North did for which I don't feel responsible. And I don't even know today what all that is. I think that there are two parts to the resolution of this problem. First of all, we certainly, you, I, everyone here, owe the country a full account of just what did happen in the interest of reform and punishment of those responsible as a lesson to those who follow. Then there is another family of issues, once we've determined why it happened, and that is, beyond the legal sanctions, what about the institutional change of the Congress and the presidency to make sure it doesn't happen again? But I think we can do it.
Well, let me just say, Mr. Chairman, when you talk about institutional changes, I believe that our institutions are strong. I believe that our institutions serve us well, providing we have the men and women who serve in those institutions who uphold what is basic in this system of government, and that's the law.
I agree, sir.
Pleased to recognize Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarlane, first let me say that you need not apologize for any emotional response to Senator Rudman. He provokes that kind of response with most of us during the course of a day, at least several times during the course of a day. Secondly, let me say if I had a choice to have either Senator Hatch or Senator Rudman angry at me, I'd take Senator Hatch rather than Senator Rudman. But let me point out that it's not a question of anyone challenging your motivation or those of some of the principal people involved. I think it's really a question of judgment. And it's not a question of evil intent, but a question of excess in action, and whether that zeal in carrying out a cause obscured judgment, and whether that zeal succeeded in sort of disfiguring the foreign policy mechanism that we've just been talking about today. I have been troubled by what I regard as sort of a metaphysical exercise in the definition of solicitation. And it seems to me that we have been engaged in this exercise of trying to define how many foreign leaders can be made to dance on the head of the President's Contra program without calling it a solicitation. And I must say that I find it strained and artificial in terms of trying to define what the word means. And I try to put it in the context of our own experience, and everyone on this table knows what I'm talking about. If we have a situation, hypothetically, of a senator or congressman who invites, let's say, a wealthy industrialist to his office or to his private home, and they sit down and start talking, and the industrialist says, look, part of my problem is a tax reform bill coming up in the Senate and the House, And if there are some changes made dealing with a depletion allowance or some other recovery provision of the tax code, I'm going to be in serious trouble, my company will be in serious trouble, the industry itself will be in a serious position. And we hope that that simply won't take place in the upcoming deliberations on the part of the Congress. And then the industrialist turns to the senator or congressman, he says, now, Senator, what's your problem? And the senator says, well, you know, I'm running for re-election. My campaign is rather empty. We're running on empty in the campaign, and unless I get an infusion of some substantial amounts of cash, then I'm not going to be able to get my message out. And the industrialist responds, and he says that, well, we can't, that shouldn't take place, so we want to make sure that people like you stay in office so the message can get out. And then nothing else is said. 2 days later, a large amount of money is infused into the campaign from that wealthy industrialist. Now, I would say by any definition that I have made an appeal for a contribution. You can call it an appeal or call it a solicitation. I think that is what occurred. And I would say the same thing is true with respect to the appeal for help for the Contras. And I'm not concerned about whether the President stepped over the line. Frankly, I have serious questions as to whether Congress can pass any law that would prohibit the President of the United States from asking a third country for help. I have some serious questions as whether constitutionally we can do that. But the real question is, what are the policy implications that flow from it? If, for example, that contribution from the industrialists is not reported to the regulatory authorities as such, we've got a problem as to whether our constituents can ever tell whether the vote that subsequently followed in changing the tax code was prompted by that contribution. We have to file notice of contributions. When you have the situation in foreign policy, unless the Congress and therefore the country is on notice that country 2 or 3 or 4 has made substantial contributions to carry out a particular program, then we never know what the implications are, what is required in return at some future time. With respect to country 2, for example, I think it's well known that during 1985 there were serious questions being raised by a number of members of Congress that country had not, in fact, acted consistently with some expectations that they would help to use their influence in a certain region of the world. And so questions are being raised about whether or not prior commitments would be kept by us to them. And so without the knowledge that these appeals or solicitations by another name were being carried on, then Congress really doesn't know what we're being committed to. And that really is the question about the desirability of foreign policy being conducted in that fashion. That's the only reason I raised the issue. Secondly, I would talk about General Secord. He apparently felt compelled to go on one of the networks the other evening to reveal that Oliver North gave a tour to a number of Iranians to the White House. Apparently, I don't know what they're putting in the milk in Quantico, but there seems to be a compulsion on the part of one service that suffers some affliction that we have to give midnight tours either in Moscow or in Washington. But apparently we didn't ask General Secord the right questions, and he didn't volunteer it to us. And this has been a problem, I must say, on behalf of my colleagues on this on these two tiers that we have had, and I think you've recognized that there is such an element of distrust where members of the administration are not volunteering information to the committees, where that distrust is not only between Congress and the executive branch, but within the executive branch. We've got evidence, I think you're aware of it, that the Secretary of State wasn't notified because he couldn't be trusted on some details. We know that even the White House counselor couldn't be trusted because they were afraid he would give them the wrong kind of an opinion, or it might leak out. So we've got a pervasive sense of distrust. And I think the benefit of your testimony today in the last 2 days has been that you are asking that we somehow raise the, not the white flag, but the red, white, and blue flag, both in Congress and in the executive branch, to call a truce as to what's taking place with respect to foreign policy. I would like to ask you a couple of questions in response to Senator Rudman. It was not quite clear to me what you were suggesting. I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that you would agree that if a covert operation is being carried out or about to be carried out, that either prior, there should be a finding in writing, and that a prior notification or notification within a reasonable time is required under the law.
I agree with that.
And so you, even though we're trying to carry out a noble effort, nonetheless, the President still has to proceed with the established policy of finding notification within a reasonable time.
No question about it. My answer, I wasn't very clear.
Right.
It was to the point that this being somebody in the FBI or the DEA, current law doesn't require it. Unfortunately, I think, but only because of that.
Was there a backup plan to rescue the hostages in the event they couldn't be ransomed?
There's been quite a lot of planning on it. There is no finally approved plan for it.
But there were preliminary plans for a rescue mission to be carried out?
Yes, sir, I know there was planning on that.
Can I ask you a question as to whether you ever suspected that Oliver North was taking instructions not from you but from the DCI?
Yes, sir.
Would you explain, please?
Well, I probably shouldn't say that. I became aware in the fall of '85 that Ollie had more contact than I had realized with the director. And he mentioned, and I think it was entirely offhand and intended comically, at one point, to say that the director had volunteered $1 million. And he laughed, and I think it probably was comic. But it was expressive of a relationship that surprised me.
Did you come to believe that perhaps Mr. Casey was giving him instructions in how to conduct this particular operation with respect to either Nicaragua or Iran?
Senator Cohen, I think so.
In fact, we have evidence that Colonel North was calling a chief of station in a Central American country and having him report to Colonel North. We have an ambassador being called in Lebanon, having him report to Colonel North. It's rather clear that that Oliver North was not was acting under at least the aegis of Director Casey during this time.
Yes, sir.
What evidence did Oliver North have when you were riding in that car and he told you that Mr. Ledeen, he suspected that Mr. Ledeen and Mr. Schwimmer were making a profit on the deal? What did he say?
The way I remember it, he was kind of reflective for a few moments, sitting there looking out the windows. We drove down Western Avenue, and after a while, just sitting there, he said, "But I'm afraid that Michael may have made some money on this." I felt for a long time that there was something between he and Schwimmer for, he may have said skimming or something like that. I said, "Well, what do you mean?" And he kind of changed the subject in some way.
Were you ever made aware that Mr. Ledeen came back into the United States with substantial amounts of cash?
No, sir.
General Secord sort of implicitly was critical of the way in which you conducted the so-called negotiations in the spring of '86, and he testified that there was no expectation that we would get all of the hostages back on that trip, and he was rather surprised that you felt there would be. Was General Secord in on the negotiations as far as the planning of how many hostages would be brought out in return for the 2 shiploads of equipment, plane loads, I should say?
I don't know what his role was before the mission. I expect that he and Ollie, that Ollie must have kept him informed, but I think the General said what he said last week in good faith, but he and I had very different understandings about what the terms of the trip were.
But you were the one who was responsible or charged by the President of the United States to go over and what the terms are going to be.
That's right.
And not General Secord and not Oliver North.
That's correct.
Now, you indicated yesterday that if Oliver North wouldn't do anything without approval, I guess that the fundamental question I have is, why would he destroy the very document that would verify his story?
May have been out of loyalty to the Admiral and believing that it would also benefit the President. I don't know, sir.
It would do one of 2 things. Either he had the authority that was approved by Admiral Poindexter and presumably the President. If he had the authority that would verify his story, he would destroy that memo that would protect the President and Admiral Poindexter. Or if he didn't have the authority, that memo might be misconstrued as suggesting that perhaps the President or Poindexter had knowledge. And for that reason, he destroyed it. Either one, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me why, what happened on that tarmac in Israel that prompted you to raise the issue of perhaps asking Ollie North to go to Bethesda for some rest? What happened on the tarmac? I think you indicated during your direct testimony that something prompted you at that time to suggest some rest for him.
Well, I'm glad you bring that up, because that really isn't what I was suggesting. I think anybody reading it gets that impression, but it's this. The Bethesda connotation for me was a board of survey based upon combat wounds. There was nothing at all psychiatric involved in it. Years ago, in the war, Ollie had wounds, which, for the normal person, would have resulted in his being surveyed out of the Marine Corps. My understanding is there was a board of survey, and they could have put him out of the Marine Corps, but he insisted and was successful in persuading the Marine Corps leadership not to survey him out, but on combat wounds, not any other kind of disorder. And that's what I had reference to in Bethesda. That's the board of survey.
As late as 1986, they were still trying to certify him as being proper for discharge at that point?
Well, it was set aside back 10 years ago, but those are reviewed periodically, and a member can, if the wounds suddenly recur, ask that they be reviewed.
A final area for me to inquire about. You're aware of the so-called Khashoggi white paper? Or paper?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of that? Does Mr. Khashoggi strike you as being a sort of philosopher?
I would not say that, no, sir.
Mr. Ghorbanifar strike you as being philosophically inclined?
No, sir.
Okay. You recall that Ted Shackley, back in 1984, sent a memo to Vernon Walters suggesting we have a new relationship with Iran. Were you aware of that?
No, sir.
And that recommendation was discarded, and that the memo was rewritten in June of '85, actually June 7th of 1985. It was sort of retyped and given to Michael Ledeen. Were you aware of that?
No, sir.
And that Michael Ledeen gave it to Oliver North?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Are you aware of a John Shaheen?
The name is familiar. I believe he was associated with Mr. Khashoggi.
Right. Actually, he was a very close friend of Bill Casey's. They served together in World War II in the OSS. And John Shaheen also floated a possible hostage initiative on behalf of Cyrus Hashemi, who was an Iranian who had been indicted for an arms sale to Iran. And that proposal was determined by the State Department to be unworthy of pursuit. Were you aware that was being done at the same time? We had a paper being prepared by a recommendation by John Shaheen.
No, sir, I don't.
Were you aware that the State Department looked behind the Shaheen proposal and saw Mr. Ghorbanifar?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do with Mr. Khashoggi's paper?
After the first one arrived back in '82, I believe, I had them routinely sent across the street to the staff whenever they would arrive and filed or forgotten. Or
It was dated July 1, I believe.
That's what I'm told, yes, sir.
And there were portions of that particular white paper that were prepared, at least allegedly, by Mr. Ghorbanifar back in February of '85.
I didn't see it. I don't know.
Did you ever have a chance to compare what the CIA's analysis was and how it comported or compared with the Khashoggi paper?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The House is voting at this moment, and I've been asked by the chairman to hold on until his return, so if I may call a short recess until the return of Chairman Hamilton.
We have completed our testimony and questioning for today. Tomorrow we will begin again with Mr. McFarlane and hope that we can finish him as a witness at least tomorrow morning. We have two other witnesses scheduled, Gaston Segur and Robert Owen, and of course we will proceed as far as we can.
Mr. Chairman?
Chairman Inouye.
Mr. Chairman, on a point of personal privilege, I've been requested by a member of the United States Senate to have this letter dated April 9th, 1984, addressed to the Honorable William J. Casey from Barry Goldwater to be made part of the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Any other requests? If not, the committee stands in recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.